Yo, welcome to Unfiltered, no cap, no script, new name, new vibe. And Hammy just dipped. Nah, just kidding, he co-hosting now. Get ready for the real, we tone it down.
While we unfiltered, cause truth's too raw. Digging through the headlines, exposing every flaw. From food stamp fraud in my backyard town to missile strikes raining and Trump flying down. Tyler in the fire, but we got his six. False flags flying, man, these games ain't slick. Y'all tried to cancel, nah, we see the plan, but the squad still stands with Discord in hand. Ass clown drama, racist with a pass, claiming he woke while kissing on ass. Talking like he hold the N-word card, but we screenshot receipts, boy, you ain't that hard. Here, unfiltered, real talk, real drama, real receipts. Let's get into it. Real talk, real drama, real receipts. Let's get into it. Real talk, real drama, real receipts. Let's get into it. Real talk, real drama, real receipts. Let's get into it. Yo, welcome to Unfiltered, no cap, no script, new name, new vibe, and Hammy just dipped. Nah, just kidding, he co-hosting now. Get ready for the real, we ain't tone it down. Why we unfiltered, cause truth's too raw. Digging through the headlines, exposing every flaw. From food stamp fraud in my backyard town to missile strikes raining and Trump flying down. Tyler in the fire, but we got his six. False flags flying, man, these games ain't slick. Y'all tried to cancel, nah, we see the plan, but the squad still stands with Discord in hand. Ass clown drama, racist with a pass, claiming he woke while kissing on ass. Talking like he hold the N-word card, but we screenshot receipts, boy, you ain't that hard. It's unfiltered, no lies, no disguise, claiming he woke while kissing on ass. Talking like he hold the N-word card, but we screenshot receipts, boy, you ain't that hard. Unfiltered, no lies, no disguise, say what we mean and we cut off ties. So buckle up, fam, the ride just begun. Every week, every story we bring in the sun. Unfiltered, real talk, real drama, real receipts. Let's get into it.
Whiskey on my breath, fist in the air. Tell me to sit down, I don't even care. The sun will rise again, so will I. A little more bruised, a little more high. They talk, I laugh, they act, I roll. Keep pushing my luck, I'm out of control. Raised up rough, so I've learned to show. Mess around with me, you'll fuck around and find out. Just riding the wave, ain't a thing I'm taking to the grave. If trouble's calling, I'm already gone. Live fast, burn bright till the break of dawn. They talk, I laugh, they act, I roll. Keep pushing my luck, I'm out of control. Raised up rough, so I've learned to show. Mess around with me, or fuck around and find out.
What's going on, guys? Welcome to an episode, the first episode of Unfiltered. I'm the Delta BB.
Yo, this Hammy.
Yeah, that's right. It's no longer the Delta BB Unfiltered. It's now just Unfiltered. Because what better co-host to have than one of the most unfiltered people on the internet, Hammy Games.
I mean, you get what you pay for. At least with me, you get what you pay for.
It was only right to name our first episode Filtered, No Thanks. So how do you feel about being a co-host of a podcast? I know this isn't your first rodeo. It's your first rodeo doing it live.
Yeah, nope. This is. I mean, I've been on many live streams. So live is one thing. As you know, I co-hosted a podcast a couple years ago. Almost did my own, and then just decided against it, not for any reason other than I just didn't want to do it. Like, there was no real reason why. But hey, talked to you a little bit ago, and just seemed like the right time to do something. So here we are.
So, what's the reasoning for the silhouette man? What's going on with that?
Oh, Big Brother's probably watching, and I don't like him.
I got you. I
I
got you.
I know every member of my family pretty much, and I'm pretty sure I don't have an Uncle Sam, so I don't need nobody babysitting me.
So, is this your real voice, or are you
No,
really
this is
just the
me.
man behind the silhouette?
This is me. That silhouette there. I'll leave that up for anybody to decide whether that's me or not.
Interesting. So, what's your take on being unfiltered? Why do you think that we decided to keep the name Unfiltered?
Well, honesty is the best policy. Unfiltered. That's what honesty is. Being being a being politically correct is not politically correct. I don't care what anybody says. If you're worried about hurting somebody's feelings, I'm pretty sure they have like a room in a school somewhere. They call it kindergarten. Go back there and you'll find out sticks and stones may break your bones, but names will never hurt you.
Yep. Well, I'm going to pass the floor over to you. Where do you want to get started tonight?
Well, I suppose we should just start with this. You talked to me about this government assistance deal. I kind of want to save the best for last, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
So I feel like we should just get into this. You had, what, four people arrested in your county for stealing food stamps or something?
Yeah, yeah. They stole over $100,000 worth between 2018 to now. Which that doesn't seem like a whole lot, but that $131,000, that's a lot of food. Inflation, of course, but that just goes to show you, in my opinion, that the government needs to do more checks on these people and not just give it away, because that's pretty much what they do now. Is okay, you're applying for food stamps. Now, in my opinion, skin color does matter when it comes to that, and it's unfortunate that even in today's world that skin color matters. But you get what I'm saying, right?
Oh yeah, no, certain people get preference over it. Now that was going to be a question, was like, how do you steal that much food stamps when it's issued by a government, right? Like an agency from the government, whether it's your state or federal government, issues that money. How do you steal that and it be okay, especially for what, 8 years, something like that? Like, how do you
Yeah.
get away with it for that long? 7 years. I can understand a year or two. It kind of reminds me of, I don't even know when it was. It was probably 10 years ago now or better. One of my best friends, we worked together at the same place, and we worked on the same floor doing the exact same job, pretty much as a team. Like, one of us would start the process, the other would finish it, and then halfway through the day we'd switch just so we weren't doing the same thing all day. He ended up getting laid off. Now, I don't know what the laws are like for unemployment or anything in other people's states, but where I live, laid off is like being fired. Right. It's just a nice way to do it, and when you get laid off, it allows you to collect unemployment. Is basically the company's way of saying, we don't need you no more, so instead of just firing you outright and having to justify it, we'll just lay you off, and then you get unemployment. So that's what he did, and I'll never forget. He called me. I was sitting in my backyard drinking, and he called me and asked me if I wanted to come with him to his unemployment hearing. And we called him Pickle. Like, that was, he had the word pickle tattooed down his arm. I don't understand it. It never made sense to me. Like, they said that when he was a kid, that's what he would do, is he always ate pickles, so he just got the nickname Pickle, and he tattooed it on himself. One of the stupidest things I've ever heard. But anyway, he called me and asked me if I wanted to go to this hearing, and I'm like, dude, if I walk my ass into that hearing after drinking all this beer, we're both going to jail today. So he's like, you're right, let me call you when it's over. So he called me and said that he got accepted because obviously the company disputed his claim for unemployment even though they laid him off. So he ended up winning just because of that, because layoff is the same as free unemployment. So he goes through the whole rest of the process, and he's collecting unemployment for, I don't know, 3 months, 6 months, something like that. And then he had got another job that got off like a half hour before me. So when I would get off work, I would swing by and pick him up, and then we would go back to my house or out to my boss's house, and we would drink beer. Well, we swung by his house, and he got the mail out of the mailbox, and we went out and sat down, and it was a thing from unemployment, and he was all happy at first. He's like, they extended it, blah, blah, blah. He was all happy. He opened that bitch up, and it looked like somebody stole his last chicken nugget. Like, his face just flushed. He looked at me and said, they said that I have to pay all that money back for an overpayment. And from then on, I'm like, I don't trust the government no more, because it was their job to calculate and figure out how much money he was supposed to get and give it to him based off of like his taxes or whatever went into paying that shit. And they screwed up, and instead of saying, hey, we overpaid you by $50, they said you got to pay it all back.
And that's jacked. That like really screwed up. Like, who audits who's supposed to audit the government? You know, that's what the IRS is technically for, correct?
Well,
Like,
every state, I believe, has an auditor. Like every county has an auditor. You know, that's what they do. They're supposed to audit from the bottom.
that's what
And if
the
it gets
tax
past
assessors are.
Yeah, if it gets past the bottom and if it gets past your county and makes it to the state, that's a problem. If it gets past the state and the federal government has to handle it, that's a big problem. Food stamps is issued to the states by the federal government. So I don't know who audits that. I feel like they both should probably have their finger on the pulse there. I mean, they can go back, and you've seen the videos. They go back and they'll tell you how many people are 170 years old getting SSI or whatever. So they know.
Yeah.
Maybe not up until January 20th. They didn't know. They probably weren't paying attention. But now they're catching this shit, and it's probably I'd be willing to bet that somewhere along the line of these people getting caught, Doge had their finger in there somewhere.
I was just fixing to say, like, I think that they started getting looked into around the same time when Trump was like freezing all of those benefits, and people threw a big old fit about it and stuff. I think that's about the time they started getting looked into, but they were just recently arrested. So apparently they've done the research and figured out what they were doing.
Well, and like here in my county, now I was on food stamps twice in my life. Once when I was younger, I was still living at home, so I really wasn't on it. It was my mom was on it, and I was just part of it. Then there was another time where, when I hurt myself, I was considered, and I didn't like the term, but they considered it a disabled American. That was the terminology they used to justify, because it wasn't that I couldn't work or that I wouldn't work, it's that I couldn't work, right? So they said, oh, he's disabled, but I didn't qualify for disability or none of that shit. It was like a short-term disability type thing. And just the process to get that was a pain in the ass. So the fact that these people are able to get for all them years and not get caught, I don't know what the outcome is here, but I hope they got their belly full on $100,000 worth of food stamps, because really the only thing you could do with food stamps is eat it or sell it. And I know a lot of people in the hood do that shit, where they'll get food stamps and sell, hey, I'll buy you $40 worth of food stamps or $40 worth of food for $20 in cash or whatever, however they do that.
And that's illegal as fuck. Even that's illegal.
Yeah,
If you get caught doing that, they're supposed to discontinue your benefits pretty much if you get caught selling it. But people want more and more stuff added to the food stamps. Like now you can go to gas stations. I think you can buy beer with food stamps now.
Huh. That's you know what? I'm so glad you said that, because last week my brother-in-law wanted to start a garden.
Yes, it's like a token for food, Cosmetech. The U.S. government has a program, EBT, that gives food stamps, and you take that money, they give it to you once a month, and you can go and buy. You're supposed to go and buy your groceries with that money.
It was originally designed to help families with like children and stuff, but now it's just turned into what it is. Like people just get it.
Yes, it's technically free food. It's not really free food because the taxpayers, our tax money goes to that. But yes, No wonder America's bloated. Yeah, we are a little bloated. Uh, Boogie says, "What's up? What's going on, Boogie? Glad to see you're here. Glad to see you're watching, even though you're at work. Get back to work, dude.
Got to make money somehow.
This conversation is not about you, so at least you're working."
Yeah, don't go get food stamps, and definitely don't move to where BB lives because you might go to jail. I mean, that's good. I'm glad they got caught. Good for them. You know,
Well,
they probably got cocky too. That's what got them caught. They got cocky instead of just letting well enough alone. They just got cocky with it, and
the way the government's set up is absolutely stupid. So like when Jess was pregnant the very first time, I mean, we live paycheck to paycheck, you know, like most blue collar Americans do, and so she was getting up medical bills and she wasn't working, and I mean, I was getting underwater, you know, like I was treading. Uh, so someone was like, "Why don't you apply for Medicare or Medicaid?" And so she applies, and there's like a really big limit on Medicare Medicaid because I made too much money, even though I was the only one working. And I mean, I probably bring home like 50K a year. That's it, and that's
All in.
nothing, you know. But she got denied because I make too much money.
which makes absolutely no sense to me. They don't take your income and your family size into account. They take your income into account for yourself. I had the same thing happen here 2 years ago when, you know, I was in the hospital and things weren't looking so good. Like I had a double blood infection and they were afraid organs were going to shut down. And I'm like, I drink too much for my organs to shut down. That shit will just eat up whatever's in there.
Done pickled them organs.
Yeah, they were like really concerned, and I'm more mad at that point. I'm like, you sons of bitches, you don't understand. I'm paying you for that powdered egg breakfast that tastes like cardboard. That's probably a $20 breakfast. I don't want that shit, but I gotta eat. I don't want to be woke up every night or every 5 hours to get shots and have blood drawn and have EKGs and all that. Like, I ain't pregnant, motherfucker. What are you doing? So we get the bill and it was $40,000 for 2 days, and I'm like, holy, that's like a year's worth of work for most people.
Yep.
And so the hospital's like, oh, we'll go on this government, whatever it's called, bullshit, and try to get insurance through them. It should be easy to get insurance through them. I couldn't find none. And the insurance that I could get that would help me cover what I had done was like $240 a month for the insurance. I was like, Jesus Christ, this makes no sense. So the wife decided she was going to get a hold of a couple people and found out that through the hospital that I was in offered a assistance type program to help you pay your hospital bills. They didn't bother to tell me that, right? They didn't bring that one up. So she applied for it on my behalf, and sure enough, the hospital wiped all 40-some thousand dollars worth of my hospital bill. I drank extra beer that night because I was super happy. Like, I just saved $40,000. I'm still alive. This is great.
Dude, we got El Polly in the chat. Can you believe that? 2 nights in a row.
No.
Dang, dude. What's going on, Polly? Glad to see you here, bud. Equal NDA says there is food stamps and WIC, women, infants, and children. Even WIC doesn't cover much, man. We had Remy
peanut butter and milk.
Yeah, I mean it'll cover like infant formula, but formula. We had Remy in 2022, and formula skyrocketed. That was still during the pandemic, you know, and it was like $50 or $60 a can of formula, and he was going through that a week. But even WIC doesn't cover much, and it only covered like I think certain brands and a certain amount at a time, and all of that. So in Poland, they have a program called 800 Plus that gives parents of a child under 18 800 per month, 215 US dollar per month.
I mean, I don't know what it is per capita. I'm sure your guys' groceries are probably a lot cheaper than over here. You $250 a month. That's about what we spend a week on groceries, like just the necessities. Not even just buying shit we want to do.
Yep.
A week, 2 weeks ago, I spent almost $300 to do a seafood boil. That's ridiculous.
One seafood boil.
Yeah, one seafood. I mean, it had lobster and crab and shrimp and crawfish and potatoes, and it had everything in it that you're supposed to put in. But holy hell,
Yeah, it's
10
not
years
it's
ago,
not cheap.
10 years ago, that same meal was half the price.
Yep.
So I ate this stuff like 2 days in a row, like it was gold. I didn't want none of it to get wasted. I was even thinking about eating the antennas from the lobster.
Back in the 90s, people would stockpile that formula on Wick.
Decoy, you remember back in the days when food stamps were a little packet of like actual look like cash and it had a value on it? And then you would go up, and after you would spend your money, they would give you these little stickers that you would keep, and they were like look like little stamps, and you collect them, and you can go to like the food stamp fucking army looking place and trade them in. It was a whole system back then. Now they don't have that. Now I guess it's all just on a card or whatever, however they do it.
Yeah, it's all on a little debit card now. So you brought that one up. So how do you feel about Ukraine wanting Trump to visit after 34 people were killed and over 100 people were injured after Russia ballistic missiled them?
Well, right off the bat, I'd say the Secret Service wouldn't let that happen. I'm pretty sure that wherever the president's going to go, they have to have like a week or so notice so they can go scout the place, make sure there's fuel, and set up the whole protection zone and all that shit. So first off, for them to want him to come there is stupid. I understand presidents flew into Afghanistan and Iraq back in the day, when during the war.
We have military bases set up there.
Exactly. We already had a perimeter. We already had it secured. He would just be flying in, and Russia has no problem shooting down civilian aircraft. So what the hell does it matter if they shoot down? Oh, there's a civilian aircraft, big 747 or 757 flying into Ukraine. Let's just send a couple of missiles after it. Now that plane is pretty equipped to deal with it, but I just don't think it would happen. And also hearing on the news today where the United States is considering, and I kind of support this, stopping help, like all aid to Ukraine if they don't come up with a deal, because we're sending them money and ammo and whatever they need, and that's our money going out there.
Yep.
So it's nice to know that if he could go there and have both Vladimir and Volodymyr, whatever the hell his name is, sit down and talk it out like adults instead of grandstanding, they could probably figure this shit out. But no, Russia wants Ukraine back, and they're not going to stop until they do, and that's going to be part of the deal, and Ukraine's not going to go for it, and the United States is going to be like, all right, you two grown-ass adults, deal with it. I think blow them both up and get it over with.
I think we just need to keep our nose out of business that isn't ours.
Yeah. Yep, we need to stop being the world's police. I know the world loves it. Oh, America, they this, that. Understand, world, we don't like that. We're not your friends.
If it was like a Germany situation to where like even like when China did black when how we had Pearl Harbor when they attacked Pearl Harbor, like if you poke the bear and you invoke it, then that's one thing, but we haven't been provoked, so why are we going to put our nose in something that we have no provocation?
Well, and that's why everybody's pushing for this U.S.-Ukraine minerals deal thing, right? Because if we sign that deal, then we're going to put troops up there to protect the digging and stuff. And if the troops get attacked, now it's an act of provocation. Now we can go after Russia. Well, there's a problem. Russia has nuclear weapons too. There's no, I think it's pretty much undisputed that the United States is like we're that country that you're not going to beat us. It ain't going to happen. But why would we want to intentionally put ourselves in a position that is going to inevitably get people killed? Thousands of people. You know, they shoot off three nuclear missiles. We get one of them. Okay, the other two done killed 100,000 people. For what? Some goddamn copper and ore and whatever they're going to get out of there?
Yep.
Let them keep that shit. That don't make no sense to me.
I'm sure we can find that shit elsewhere.
Yeah, like under our own feet. I'm pretty sure we have that shit under our own feet. Like
like
they
the
used to always
oil.
say we had to get oil from Saudi Arabia and whatever that country is next to frickin' Iraq, Kuwait. We had to get their oils. You know, that was the only way to do it. Economically, it made sense because we were supporting another country, which meant we had allies. But if we have all this oil under us, get it? I don't know. Like, you're going to tell me that under my house I have the chance to find a gold mine, but instead of that, I'm going to go out and buy gold? Why don't I just dig it up myself and sell it?
The way today's society works, yes, you would pay someone else and buy theirs. That's how today's society works. Decoy says that mineral deal will create Iraq version 2.0.
100%.
Have more freaking extremist groups, more towel heads. Sorry if that's offensive.
It should be. I'm not a towel on your head, so yeah.
Not offended. Cosmetech says, nah, if you find gold on your property, the next day you'll find 4 men in suits at your door saying you're being evicted. Well, thing is, I own my house, so good luck doing that.
That's kind of funny you say that, Cosmetech, because a couple days ago I was watching this documentary about this guy in Australia who went and found, doing shipwrecks and shit. He would search the shores of Australia and find these shipwrecks. And he thought he was loaded. He thought he had all this, because he brought up golds and like old whiskeys and whatever, cannonballs and all this shit from these ships that they knew were there, didn't have the technology at the time to find them or go down to them, but then now we do. They just gave up on it. He went down and found it, and the government came and took it from him. Didn't buy it from him or nothing, took it, because in Australia they have a law that any kind of treasures or whatever that's found in their country belongs to the country. It's not the person that finds it. So he continued to go dig up treasures and stuff, and he supposedly put them on an island or buried them somewhere on an island and didn't tell nobody about it and ended up dying. So the myth is, and I don't know, like the rest of the story is true, but the myth is that there's millions of dollars worth of or billions of dollars worth of sunken treasure buried on an island somewhere that not even his family knows where it's at.
I mean, smart man. Would you want people to know about it and where you put it?
I feel like I would. Like if I said to you, you know, hey BB, I found all this gold and stuff here, and I know that if they find out I have it, they're gonna take it. So I'm gonna bury it on this island, and if something happens to me, you go get it and take it to another country and sell it.
Draw me a map.
Yeah, that would bring it back to Australia.
That would have been the thing. Draw me a map. Like, okay, I can understand not telling people, but you can leave that in your will. You know, like instructions to the lawyer of, okay, hey, this one person is going to be given this, and I only want it opened by that one person. The lawyer doesn't have to know what the fuck it is, and let that one person have a map.
Like this was left for you.
Squad Production says the U.S. has its own oil. It's just this country is filled with anti-oil assholes that stop any drilling.
Not anymore. You got Big Daddy in charge now.
The mean little orange man.
Yep, orange man, find black gold. I love it, though, because all these people that do all this crying, ooh, the environment, they're the same sumbitches that don't mind hopping in their car and burning gas to go to these events and protest it. I love that. Like that goofy broad from Uzbekistan, Greta Tumbleberger, or whatever her name is. She's a bonehead. I love listening to her voice because she says shit. You hate us. Yep, you're right. I do. Absolutely. Because it's people like you that have ruined society for people like me who grew up going outside, building a campfire and playing. Can't do that now more because campfires put off smoke and it hurts the environment. Scientists came out last year before, and said that the hole in the ozone layer has got smaller. So, pretty sure you can take all that pollution theory and shove it right up your brown hole.
Well, that kind of brings. I'm glad that you brought her up and how like campfires and pollution and stuff. So we had another podcast under our brand that had covered that ship that is being it's in Mobile, Alabama right now, and it's being stripped down, and it's going to become a coral reef.
Oh, the USS United States.
Yeah.
When it left New York, yeah.
So it's they talked about it in that podcast, and there were a couple people saying that ship being sunk hurts the environment or whatever. And it's like, I don't think you know how that works. Literally when the ship sinks, the ocean immediately starts eating at that ship. It starts corroding it, and the Mother Nature will take its course.
Yeah, no, that's like people that think that for some reason they're called artificial reefs for a reason. It's because it's not a real reef. It's a man-made thing. But I think these people forget to look past their nose whenever they decide to speak, because what happens is they almost 100% of the time they'll spend years going over these ships and like blasting off the paint and flushing out all the oil and fuels and stuff. Like they deliberately do that. That's why these ships don't sail there on their own. They get tugged and they get pulled because they have no way to propel themselves. At that point, all you're doing is dropping a big steel thing and putting it in the water. Like, okay, that's cool. That's a good thought if you want to believe that. But that bridge that fell last year or whatever in Baltimore that got hit by that boat.
Yep.
All that steel is going to stay. I mean, they got a lot of it. They got some of it out, but most of it is going to stay at the bottom of the water. It's not going to hurt nothing. It's the ashes to ashes, dust to dust thing. All that steel and shit came from something that was probably in water at one point anyway.
Yep.
So these people are... I love the liberals, man. That's what they do. They find something to bitch about, and they don't stop until they find something else to bitch about.
These like geology people and stuff. I think that like a lot of it is way overplayed. I think there's such a bigger picture that they don't even understand. Like there's how much of the ocean and there's how much of land. It's
75-25.
Yeah,
75% of the Earth is covered in water.
And how much of the ocean have we actually explored?
Like maybe 0.1%.
So like, you don't know what the fuck's going on with the world, like with Earth.
No,
you don't know what's out there.
We're constantly finding new species of animals in the ocean. We've been doing this shit in the water now for how many years? Over 100 years. Going down and looking for stuff, but technology, these things aren't just everywhere. So when they show up, they're like, oh shit, look, that's new. We just figured that one out. So
Decoy NDA says if the shipwreck is more than 20 miles from the shore in the ocean, then it is international waters. And international law rules, which are complicated and confusing. Tater says, so if you go to where the USS Arizona is and walk out and look at the sea life that surrounds that ship, it will show you just how much it isn't hurting any damn thing.
And those ships, by the way, went down full of oil and fuel and bombs and hey, it's sure. I'm sure probably for the first year or two that oil and shit leaked out and they contained it, but everything's fine. Now imagine these ships that they're sinking intentionally. They go through and get all that stuff out. So really, if you're going to bitch about them sinking a perfectly clean ship, then don't ever go to none of those memorials and say you support our troops and shit, because you would be the biggest hypocrite on the planet.
Well, I'm sure there's people that are like, oh, we probably should have brought the Titanic back up. There are people that say that we should have brought the Titanic back up, and tried to get it out of the ocean because it's bad for the environment. Well, you got to go to like Bermuda Triangle and do a similar instance, because there's a shit ton of ships out there. There's so many ships that were sunk. Go out to Hawaii in Pearl Harbor. There's a ton of ships out there that got sank during that fucking war.
Yeah, and for those people that say we should bring the Titanic up, one just has to reference how big the ship is. Like, even the parts that, okay, say they found it when they found it and it was still relatively intact and hasn't started collapsing that much yet. The job to bring that up from, what, 5 miles or something down? Good Lord. That's crazy. There was a big uproar when they brought what's called the big piece up. People were flipping out because, you know, for most people, that's a graveyard. That's a cemetery underwater.
So just to piss Cosmotech off, Tater said that only 5% of the oceans have been explored. And then Cosmotech said they've explored like 5% of the entire ocean. So there's a difference between those two statements. So, or one of them was like being unsure. So Cosmotech, you said that they've only explored like 5%. Tater said confidently they have only explored 5%. Right? Yours didn't. You didn't seem so sure of yourself. It seemed like Tater Googled it and he knew how to word his answer. Good job, Tater.
And I feel like that statement might even be misleading, right? Like, they've explored 5%. That means they've what? They've sailed over 5%? Or did they put stuff down there to actually, like sonar, to explore it and figure out what's going on? Much like they did with the Mariana Trench. Like, that Tyson DeGreasy, or whatever his name is, the astrophysicist guy. I love watching his shit because he tells you how it is without, you know, like he said, people think that these mountains and shit are huge and you'd be able to see it. And he pointed out that between the lowest point on Earth being the Mariana Trench and the highest mountain in the world, the difference is only 11 miles. Some cities are bigger than that. So, how much of the ocean have we actually explored? We might have sailed on 5%. I mean, you could technically say we explored 100% because we have satellites that can see it all.
Yeah.
But how much do we know what's going on there?
So it said that 5% that has been explored is what has been seen by the human eye. So it's not based off of the satellite. Technically, well, I mean, if you think of that, so the human eye, only 5% of it has been seen by the human eye. What about the astronauts in space?
There's so many different things that,
because they're watching the Earth spin, you know.
Cosmotech, the reason that Columbus didn't use a GPS is because they didn't put a cigarette lighter on his ship. I think that was the reason they didn't do that. It was just there was too much. There wasn't enough room. And like they opted for more solar panels, so to charge their lithium batteries.
Oh shit. So Decoy NDA said the USS Arizona is still leaking oil to this day, and it is called the Tears of Arizona.
I mean, yeah, fair enough. Sure, that's an environmental problem, right? But so is more things on land than there is in the water. These people are clowny when they like. I feel like when they came out of the womb, the doctor smacked them and tried to shove them back in because they realized that even at that age, the brain wasn't developed enough to breathe air, and it wouldn't go back in. So they just said, "Fuck it, we're just gonna have to let the world deal with this." You know, that's where that old saying, "Kill them all and let God figure them out," because that's just where our society is. you know, I'm not old, but I'm old. I'm in my 40s, so I can just look back to the time me growing up when if you had a cut, you were told you'll be all right till you get married, get the fuck over it, move on. Now people are like, he said something hurt my feelings. I gotta go talk about it for an hour and a half to somebody that doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, Cosmetech's one of those. His most recent comments were, did they have connection to Starlink? And Decoy responded and said, no, Magellan did not give up the pattern for GPS to Columbus. And then Tater said, it's called a map, Cosmetech, something you probably have never looked at. That's true. Cosmetech says Columbus could have just asked ChatGPT for America's location. The fucking youth in this country, bro. Oh man. He probably does.
Love it.
He probably doesn't know what an atlas is.
Isn't that a stone? The Atlas stone?
Yeah, I think. I think one of the Avengers was trying to keep that Infinity Stone away from someone in the movies. You know.
Yeah, no, that's. And the reason that Cosmetech, they didn't have Starlink because back in the day, Elon's great grandfather, Elon Musketball, he didn't let them have it because they decided that they were going to go try to pick on some pilgrims.
Atlas 2024, the movie. The fuck is wrong with you, bro? All right, I think we have beat a dead horse right there. Just think this is the people that will one day be running the world. Yeah.
I hope I'm dead.
Yeah.
If not, I'm following in Rosie O'Donnell's footsteps, and I'm getting the fuck out. I will be the first one on a spaceship. I don't even give a shit if it has fuel in it. Tip it over and just let me die. I can't be involved in this shit.
So I think all the viewers that is listening to us right now are here to hear the true unfiltered section. What's going to make us unfiltered? What's going to stand us out from any other podcast? Some podcasts do the same style as us, actually. We're going to call out the fucking bullshit when the bullshit comes at us. So we had some real life drama inside of Squad Productions.
You call it drama, I call it entertainment.
Same thing.
I guess, yeah.
You just used a bigger word that I can't spell.
You need an E-N-T-erment.
Yeah.
Enter my tainment.
Yeah. Enter my... Yep. That's exactly what it is. It's enter your tainment.
Yeah.
So, we're calling this portion fuck around and find out part 1. So there is 2 parts to this. We got 2 people that we're covering. So if you listen to
Put your fucking seatbelts on.
If you listen to the entire song, which I hope you did, if not, go back to the very beginning and listen to the intro of the song or the starting soon screen. You'll get to hear a custom song that we made that we're going to do on every episode. So we had a podcast under Squad Productions. And I guess I'm best to cover this one and you're best to cover the other one because you handled the other one. So we had a podcast that we ended up having to cancel, and it was Rocky Mountain Podcast. All of the squad, including Bill or Hammy. Sorry, I just gave your identity away. Shit.
I know. There's already somebody knocking at my fucking door. I hope you're happy. Might be the pizza guy. I'm not sure.
So, Hammy Games covered the other guy. I covered this guy, but we tried to. All of us tried to help Rocky Mountain Podcast, and so that podcast can still be found. It's still under Squad Productions. We're not going to remove any shows. That was content. So, a few weeks ago, there was an episode to where Tyler asked a question, and he asked, "What is your celebrity crush?" Or who is your celebrity crush? And a few people, I was included, gave my celebrity crush, and then we returned the question and asked him what his was, and he said Trump Jr.'s daughter, Kylie. Me being the guy that I am, I'm like, who the fuck is that? Like, I know who Trump Jr. is, but so for one, who even would have a celebrity crush on the president's son's daughter? She's not a celebrity, in my opinion. I don't know about you, Hammy.
Well, no, I wouldn't say it. I mean, yeah, she has probably close to 1 million. I haven't looked at her YouTube, but like every so often I'll get
Oh, she has a
short
YouTube
recommendation.
I didn't.
Yeah,
I didn't
she's a
go
she's a
far into
golfer.
her. Okay, okay.
And that's about as much as I know. So like there was and this had to have been close to either when the election was or when the inauguration was, somewhere in that area. There was Trump did a thing on with this guy where they went out and they like shot golf together, and she went and challenged the results of that to do it herself, and she recorded it, and she called him, or she called Trump and was talking to him on the phone. And that's about all I really know, is that she's starting like a YouTube thing based around golf because, you know, her granddad, the president of the United States, owns golf courses and is, I guess, a pretty good golfer.
I mean, he did say he could beat Biden, or Biden said he could beat Trump in golf. I'm just saying. And
I would just like to see Biden beat Trump in a walk-off, first off, just walking.
Well, no, he already lost that.
I never seen somebody fall up the steps so many times in one day than he did at one time.
So Tater said she's on TikTok. What the fuck is TikTok? I don't even have that. Actually,
that's that thing that the Chinese own.
I'm signed up for that. I thought that got banned. Gonna show.
It did on the 19th of January. It was banned, and then later that day they unbanned it, and now Trump's trying to find somebody to buy it. Otherwise, it'll get banned again.
So, to give, I guess, a little bit of background on this, if you heard the song, we're not truly taking shots at Tyler. Shots aren't going to be fired 100% at Tyler. We're just going to fire off a couple warning shots, and that's what we're doing tonight. I don't know how Hammy feels about that, but when we decided what we were covering, this portion, we kind of said, Tyler fucked up. We're going to show that he fucked up. We're going to tell him he fucked up. Every action has a consequence. And your consequence is unfiltered.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I barely talked to the guy. I talked to him during what turned out to be his last podcast on Squad Productions. That was the most I talked to that guy ever. So I can't really speak for it, but I did see the posts and stuff that were made about what was said and what happened. And the adult in me said, "Really? This is a fight? What are we fighting about here?" You know, you could have. You didn't say which celebrity would you fuck if you had a chance.
That wasn't the question. That wasn't the question.
The question was, which celebrity do you have a crush on or something like that, right? So if somebody had been like, "Hey, I think Snow White's pretty," you know, that's obviously a fucking anime. Well, I guess not anymore, but it's still a cartoon character. You can. I think that the part that would be a problem if somebody said, "Who's your celebrity crush?" and somebody said, "Oh, that celebrity that just gave a baby yesterday. I'm in love with their child." That might be a little bit like, you're a fucking weirdo.
Well, it would be more like, "Hey, who's your celebrity crush?" And someone's was the woman on. Actually, it was Tyler's. I think Tyler changed his answer and he said it was Cameron, whatever her name is, from Full House. So it would be weird if someone was like, "Who's your celebrity crush?" And it was Mary-Kate and Ashley. Okay, like, I guess what age?
Which one?
Full House. Full House.
Oh.
What season? Oh, the last one when she was like 8. That's fucked up, bro. Like that's truly fucked up.
There's a problem. Like, obviously, you know, I don't personally think, and this ties into what happened the next day or the day after that. But I don't think there was really a reason for people to get so upset. Again, I don't know. And just put context is key is Tyler has a learning disability. Let's put that out there.
So
You have to consider.
I'm going to stop you for a sec. I'd like to extend an invite. Can one of the moderators please throw the Discord link in the chat? And if Tyler wants to come back and talk with us on live on air, then we will talk to Tyler during this coverage.
Yeah, I don't think that there was really a need for that to become that big of a thing. Really, I don't even think there was a need for it to become a thing, but it became a thing that ended up turning into something bigger, which I enjoyed thoroughly.
So Tyler done all this, and this, like we've said, it intertwines with the fuck around and find out part 2 of the segment. So after all of this, Tyler was getting messages. People were wanting to cancel him. Sorry, I'm dying. I have the plague. People were wanting to cancel him. So I went on, as a businessman, went on damage control. And I said I had 1 or 2 options. I met with the entire squad, got their opinions on it, and said, okay, I have to release a statement at this point. So the statement that I released, and it is still on the YouTube, and it's still inside of the Discord, is I want to clear the air of the situation that happened on Rocky last night. First off, Tyler is 21 years old, and the age of consent in Colorado and in New York is 17. A joke turned into him being majorly criticized for no reason and made him out to look like a predator. So just going to stop there. That's not the entire statement that I released. Not only is the age of consent 17 in both of the states, but as Hammy mentioned earlier, he didn't say, I want to fuck that girl. Who would you want to fuck? What celebrity would you want to fuck? He didn't say that. He asked, who is your celebrity crush? The last I checked, it's not against the law to have a crush. But if she even gave him a time of day, it would be probably when hell froze over. Then it's legal. And we've had people say that just because it's legal doesn't make it right. You're an idiot. It's literally a law. So guess what? It would hold up in fucking a courtroom. He would be found not guilty of anything. Any opinions on that?
No, I mean you're right. If you were to really push the issue and look at the statement and analyze it the way that they wanted to analyze it, that these people were being assholes about, I'm not sure if you remember, and it was quite a few years ago, probably 10 years, 9 years ago, there was a shooting at an Ariana Grande concert because the guy had a crush on her and he thought that he had to get to her somehow. If you were to overanalyze this like these people did, like this small group of people decided to do, then everybody in the world should be under investigation at all times because they have a crush on somebody and they might become violent. Like it's so childish that even is a thing. It shouldn't even the conversation should never even started. But the fact that it did, it turned out to be a very good night for me. A couple nights later.
I'm also reaching out to Tyler, telling him that we're covering his now and that it's not going to be that bad, and asking if he wants to join.
No, I mean the truth is what it is.
So Tyler never said that he wanted to have relations with the girl, just that he had a crush on her. So we already covered that. In return, he was removed from multiple Discords because they thought that he was a threat. And I said, I personally can vouch for him and say truthfully that he means no harm. I believe he may have some learning disabilities that may affect judgment. okay, if you've listened to Rocky Mountain Podcast, or if you've been inside of a voice chat with Tyler, you can tell that there may be something wrong. Uh, and he's not a bad person. He means well. But you can tell that he may not be all there. He likes to talk about airplanes. That's one of his things he likes to talk about, and that's kind of what he wanted his podcast to be talked about. I'll get into that here in a few minutes. You have anything to interject on that?
No. I mean, you're pretty much like it's hard to have an opinion when it's facts.
So Tater says it's funny to me that after all that happened and everything that's went on, Tyler, dude, you're still being defended. You're gonna pretty much gonna burn the bridges that are still defending you.
Now, I do want to say that unless something would happen drastically, I can't see an avenue in which Tyler would be streaming a podcast again on Squad Productions unless something drastic would be, just because obviously there's that thing, right? Like, one, and we'll cover it, we'll get into it, and this is where the issues were with Tyler that led to what it become with the whole and I don't want to jump, put the cart before the horse here, BB, but the whole night that things went south for him with the quote unquote punishment, which it was just a jokey thing anyway, right? It wasn't even like nobody was being serious, and it wasn't like a serious. It was kind of like a bunch of friends having fun, is what it is. And one of the punishments, and this is what got me, was one of the punishments that BB put out was, you have, I think, I'm not going to quote you word for word because I can't remember exactly how you said it, but it was pretty much like, you could either A, do a teaspoon of cinnamon, do the cinnamon challenge, or B, do the weather live on the air.
And then C was wear a sign of your co-host choosing.
Yeah, okay, so none of them, first off, are bad. And somebody at one point said that the cinnamon challenge will kill you. I've done the cinnamon challenge many times, and here I am. Your body has a natural reaction to dispel anything, so it'll get that stuff out. And if you're stupid enough to not take a drink, then God's will has been done.
If Aftermath dished out a repercussion and said that was something you and I had to do, that Unfiltered didn't go quite well, I'm sure we would do it live on air. Like, that's, I mean, it's content. The only difference is I have to trust you that you did it with me.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure you'll be able to hear it. So it'll be very vocal.
So Tater says, dude, use your brain, man, and be fucking smart, and stick with the people that try to help you, not the people that abandon you the first chance they get. And then Tyler did comment and says, I mean, I'm watching, don't worry.
Well, like, okay, so now I just want to continue where I was with it, and I'm glad you're watching, Tyler, because even though you're not, and I wish you would join just so you could rebuttal this, in case I'm misstating it in any way, but I don't think that I am. After the pot, you went to do you opted rather to do the weather, right? And you brought up the 5-day weather or something, and the joke, we continued and we're like, no, we want to see the live radar like they do on the news where you point to this city and that city, and then it ended up not happening. Bottom line was none of it happened. And then the podcast ended, and myself, BB, and a couple other people, I can't remember exactly who was there. We ended up going to a private room. Well, I guess it wasn't too private, but we ended up going to a room, and we were sitting there talking. And Tyler, yourself, you joined with an attitude for no reason. Just being, I guess, mean, like you felt like you were being attacked or something when it really wasn't the case. You left the Discord, I believe, that night and then rejoined. And now I'm sure I'm not going to be able to find it because the channel is probably gone. But if not, I think we still have a screenshot of it, and there's no way that I'm going to be able to read it if we do.
What channel are you trying to look for?
The one with the become a fuck around and find out guy. When Tyler made the post.
It's at the very bottom. of it.
Okay.
We don't
Let me
delete
go
any
down
we
here.
don't delete any channels whenever like that stuff happens. We just move it to a hidden channel.
All right. So this was the exactly the what was written was okay, guys. I've made my decision. I'm going on a mental leave of absence from the podcast because I've been getting really stressed out and I feel like no one likes watching my podcast. First off, I wouldn't have shown up if I didn't find it and tune in. And then you put, but I'm not going to be the nice guy anymore. I'm going to be a fuck around and find out guy now. But I just want to get this off my chest. Thank you for listening. At least there was a little bit of politeness in there. And then the next day you said, everyone who can see this chat, we are rebranding our logo and name to the Flight Crew podcast. But if you have any questions, reach out to me. At that point, I thought, okay, we're over it. It's done. You know, now you're saying you're rebranding. Everything seems to be okay.
At that
I
point,
didn't.
we kind of jump ahead a little bit with that his last statement. We kind of end up jumping ahead. if you know what I mean. Because which it'll get brought up here shortly, but continue on, I guess, your fuck around and find out statement.
Right. So I laughed. And BB and a couple people know how I am. That terminology is like how I live my life. I have a Mossberg 12 gauge at the front door if somebody tries to come in that shouldn't be here. Right? Fuck around and find out. I'm not afraid to confront somebody. I'm not afraid to hurt somebody's feelings. I don't think, even if you have a learning disability, you still know right from wrong. There's no excuse unless you're in a wheelchair and you have to have somebody push you around and do all that. If you're able to function as a human being, you know right from wrong. So when that post was made, I thought, all right, here we go. And then the next day you made the post about changing the name and stuff and having people reach out to you if they had any questions. Now, without going back to look at the logs, I'm pretty sure you left the Discord again. Pretty close to that time. And BB, you're going to have to tell me the day that this happened because I'd be damned if I can remember. I know it was only a day or two after all of this took place that the stuff with what I thought was my twin took place. I feel like it would have been. It was a Friday night. No, it was a Saturday night.
No. This you're talking about what you're going to end up covering?
Yeah.
That was Monday.
Monday. Okay, so see, my days bleed together so bad. It's hard to tell what happens. But
and all the reason I know that is
Tyler,
because I had to go to work the next night.
Yeah, Tyler. Nobody is attacking you, and I understand you reached out to BB and asked him not to cover you on the podcast. You ought to have known better. It was because we had to. Like, this isn't your nightly news where we're fucking told what we're supposed to say and we have a certain amount of time to cover a segment. These are facts. These are undisputed, cannot be refuted facts. Nobody in squad. There was people. I shouldn't say that because I feel like if I say that you might get confused with it. There were people in squad productions that you rubbed the wrong way. But it wasn't that you rubbed them the wrong way and they hated you. It was you rubbed them the wrong way and they weren't sure how to approach handling you. But when you started doing all this, macho man stuff, you made the decision. I wasn't even part of the decision. But you made that decision a lot easier. But here we still are, for whatever reason, defending you because out of a guilt of 100%, you might be 10% guilty of it. You have some culpability, but you're not like, oh, we got to fucking hang them tomorrow morning. And you were invited back to the Discord. You joined the Discord, the next day left the Discord. You are invited back to the Discord now to jump into this chat and give your side of the story.
I recommend doing that. I'm not gonna force anyone or try to go horse you in any way. And believe it or not, I'm probably a really good person to actually kind of sway people into doing stuff that I want them to do. Not manipulative. I'm more of a peer pressure kind of guy. I recommend it, Tyler. I can tell you that you have cool, calm, and collected BB, and you have cool, calm, and collected Hammy. So it's not going to be any of a yelling match or any of that. You're going to have us the exact way you have us right now.
Yeah, and again, I talked to you for maybe. Well, I was in a chat with you for like an hour and a half, and you really didn't say much, so I can't say that I talked to you. But at the same time, I've got to hear people say, what they thought about you. And I got to witness it myself, catching parts and listening to the podcast whenever I was busy doing something, throw my headset on, hit play, go do whatever. There was the concept of your podcast, great idea. The execution, not so much. There was so much in the podcast you could have did that may have put you over to a new level, or at least up the game for you. And it's not, again, you can dispute this if you want to, whether you want to join or put it in the chat, but it's not for a lack of organization, because you were sent a document that you could put your stuff on you wanted to cover and just follow along with the lines, right? Paint inside the lines type deal. So if you felt like, for whatever reason, that you were being attacked, go back and listen to the intro to this podcast. Again, I'm not good at quoting things right off the top, but I'm pretty sure there's a spot in there that says about Tyler's in the fire, but we got your 6. And I don't know if you know what 6 means in military terms or first responder terms, but 6 is the bottom of the clock, which would be your back. So
we literally said we got that you fucked up. We literally said in the song, you fucked up, but we still support you 100%. I wouldn't still be helping you to this day if I didn't support you, making your intros and your outros for you. Hunter wouldn't be continuing to help you make logos and such. Like, we still support you, man. I'm gonna continue with this.
Tyler,
go ahead.
Oh, no, I just want to cover his last thing. He said he left because he wanted to take a break. I could respect that if it wasn't that we share mutual servers, and I've seen you in mutual servers not taking a break. So I'm gonna call you a liar on that one. I have to call out the facts. Is you didn't take a break, you left. I don't know if it was just to leave the Discord and not be a part of or get the pings or whatever. But it definitely wasn't to take a break, because you 100% were playing Roblox or something. You were live streaming it the other day in a live chat on somebody else's Discord.
And accidentally went live on Squad Productions.
Yeah, I
don't know if you knew that, Hammy. Accidentally went live on Squad Productions.
I believe
it was my fault.
You might have said something to me last night, because I do vaguely remember you saying it was like 20-some seconds that he was live or whatever. But
yeah, it wasn't long, and it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, it again, an accident. But saying that you left because you wanted to take a break, that's a lie. That cannot be true.
To your point, the mutual discords that you're referring to all have a ping of Squad Productions. Or at least, I don't know how many y'all share, but I know at least 2 of those get Squad Production pings anytime anyone goes live. And anytime they post a video.
I'm not sure about if he's in decoys or not, but I know for a fact South Coast Ace Productions Discord 100% I share with. So,
and that Discord gets this ping anytime we go live. So
again,
it kind of gets your
more
point.
Than welcome to join. Because we're gonna go over the shit that happened, Tyler, in that conversation. So you're welcome to come in here and defend anything if we're wrong, because I would like to know.
We're just kind of slow rolling it currently. Squad Productions does not condone predator-like statements, but the statements Tyler made were well within age of consent. So, yes, if someone fucked up on a podcast and they said something just extremely derogatory that just threw red flags, one, more than likely that live stream's getting cut. Like, I watch every episode that anyone puts out. Most of the squad watches every episode of anyone's podcast that gets put out. If anything happens inside of those, we are completely under control and can end a live stream whenever we need to. So Rocky Mountain will continue to stream under Squad Productions, and I personally will help make sure what's happened does not occur again. And in that statement, what I meant is I had reached out to Tyler and said, I will help you write your docket. I will make sure that your docket covers stuff that piques your interest and piques your co-host interest. And I will make sure that nothing of this magnitude could ever be talked about ever again. Because if I write it, I expect it to be done in that order. Not all of our shows have dockets. Some of them don't need it.
They do.
It keeps you on a format. The problem with Tyler is with his docket is I'd been on a couple of episodes, and I'm the kind of guy that I'll just pop in, and I was asked to pop in, and hey, BB's here, and everyone gets excited, except for Aftermath. Aftermath does not like when I hop in. And everyone's all excited and shit, and they want to cover all of their topics, and they cover all the topics in 15 minutes. Well, you done covered all of your topics for the night. You covered all of your docket, and your docket should have been spread out over a course of however long. I mean, you and I, Hammy, we covered those first two topics in an hour, a little less than an hour. But we knew that.
Well, there was
also
a lot of rambling going on there too, right? Like we did deviate quite a bit. We started covering things like ships being sunk that didn't need to be. So if you subtract the extra talking and replace it with dead space, it's still good. And you're going to get very little dead space with me.
But the topics were relevant to the topic that we were covering. Like where it started rambling, it was still relevant to that. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I just wanna real quick sidetrack. People watching this, go ahead. Don't be afraid. That thumbs up button don't bite if you touch it. Go ahead and click that sumbitch. And if you're not subscribed, that little button that says subscribe with the bell next to it, don't be afraid to hit that. I swear to God, they're not going to send you a bill in the mail.
Wait, did we turn that feature off?
What, the tax deductions for joining?
Yeah.
I don't. No, I think it's turned off. I haven't.
I would just
got an email about it.
I would just go that it's turned off. Just
go with me, and if it doesn't, if you get something in the mail, just post it. Make sure you're in the Discord and post it in the Discord, and we'll comp you the $0.00 that they send you. And if not, then I'll get a hold of my uncle Donnie and have him Teflon Don.
Well, I figured you were gonna. I thought you were gonna get Uncle Sam to take care of it.
No, that sumbitch don't live around he ain't part of my family.
Well, shit. All right, so any questions or comments, please direct them to me, and I will mediate this situation personally. The Delta BB.
I mean, I'll be fair. When I read that, BB, I didn't know what the fuck happened.
A lot of people probably didn't.
Right, and let's just context is key here. Is you and I talk very, very not a lot. Let's just put it that way. Prior to some shit happening. So when I seen that post, I was like, oh, well, that can't be good. But I know you, and I know the way that you if you weren't as old as you were, I could adopt you as a kid. Because like mindset wise, I think that's why we would butt heads a lot of times, is because we're the same fucking person. But when I seen you made that post, I didn't listen to that podcast, and still haven't listened to that podcast, because I was so confused by what happened. I read that and I'm like, first initial reaction was something fucked up happened, and BB's trying to fix it. And then I reached out. I think we were in a voice chat even. And I said to somebody, I'm like, send me a clip of whatever this is. I don't want the whole fucking video. Just send me like a clip or a timestamp. I can go to where it starts. And then I did listen to that part myself. And I'm like, all right, something really ain't right now, because people are getting excited over this. And it made BB make a fucking paragraph about how like you're still being supported because of this. I was still confused at that point, but all I could think was, this is not going to be a problem, because there is no problem for this to be. This is kind of like the when you go to the bathroom out in the woods, and if you get a little pee on your foot, and then you go back to your buddies over there drinking beer, they don't know you pissed on your foot unless you make a big deal out of it and say, hey guys, I pissed on my foot a little bit, got a couple of drops on there. That's what happened there. It wasn't like, in a month from now, people are going to pick that spot out of a video and just go up in arms. So I thought. It was a really short period of time, maybe even live as it happened, that some people ran back to camp and said that they pissed on their foot and made a big deal out of nothing.
So for those people watching, I'm going to send Hammy the clip and let Hammy play the clip, and you guys can formulate your own opinion. Because the thing is, and it's not a dig on Tyler, we have more people that watch us. We have more people to watch Two Drunks in a Bottle and the Delta BB Unfiltered and Aftermath. We have more people that watch those. So more of our subscriber count would have watched it. And I doubt so many people watched Rocky Mountain Podcast that night. I think it was blown out of proportion, and people got into your head and made you think that, oh, a lot of people watch this, and we're going to cover that in the next part. Trying to find.
You don't understand, BB. For the past like 4 days, I have been that proverbial horny schoolgirl. Just to I can't wait for this little bit that I get to expose or put out there the stuff that happened. And I know there was quite a few people in that chat. But if anybody, when we get ready to start that, if anybody that was in that chat that's in the squad Discord wants to join in here and chime in and put, more context to it, by all means, absolutely. We started an hour early to give you guys exactly what it is. This is the first episode of Unfiltered with BB and Hammy, and we're going at it. It's not war, but it's like you crossed the line. Now you get what you get. So, Decoy, I know you were there. Who else was there? I don't even know who all was there I can't remember, but I know it was a good time. I had a great time. It was a 2-hour fun fest for me.
All right, so I'll share my screen and I'll play it because I had to look at the transcript. I can't find the clip. Believe it or so, Decoy earlier said, so he had said, where is it? Damn, and you call me old, BB. I know how to look up transcripts on YouTube, and you didn't. Hammy,
Oh, shit.
Hammy, did you know there are transcripts on YouTube, and you can go back and you can kind of get like the gist of where something's at without having to clip it, if you know what was said.
Can I just use that fifth right on this one? I'm just going to plead that fifth because no, I didn't know you could do that. I've been around YouTube studios for all of 3 weeks. So, nope, I didn't have a clue.
All right, I'm gonna turn this son of a bitch down. You'll have to watch the stream, Hammy.
Just say it.
Just say it. Just say it.
And we'll kick you afterwards.
No,
Well, there's going to be a delay, I imagine, but
No, there shouldn't be a delay if you're watching the stream.
So say it.
So you got who you're covering is inside of there.
Something to say.
What do you have to say?
So Ace can pop in. I mean, this is y'all's
Wait a minute.
podcast, but if
If
y'all
you
are cool with him popping in, he can pull in.
If you
Pop in.
want,
Yeah, he can pop in.
Yeah, you can pop in.
am I missing something here?
We don't mind.
We're trying to get Tyler to say whose his was.
Fuck. It's fuck. Here's his. Time to cancel the podcast.
You retard.
I'm just. Don't. Why? Alright, let me call the Secret Service. We don't mind. Kick you afterwards. No, don't do that.
Yeah.
All right, hang on.
I'll say
Worst
it.
case scenario, you get kicked from the VC. Talk to yourself for a minute on the on your live stream, and then you come back in.
Okay.
Say it.
Come on, say it.
I'm not gonna say it.
Wow, no balls. No balls.
I'll just say it.
Oh,
I'll just say it in the. I'll just say it in the live chat.
Say it. Nope, you ain't got no balls. Say it.
Here, Saying it and typing it are two different things. Here, I'll put it in
Yep.
the docket.
South Coast Station saying, "Say it.
Just say it. Don't-
Just say it.
Just say it. Just say it."
And we'll kick you afterwards. No, don't do that.
Yeah.
I'm the
Just-
owner. Of
So
this
we had to
place.
talk him in. We had to.
Yeah, but you're not the owner of this.
We just
This
talk
guy
him
says, who is that with you? That's BB.
South Coast says, he has something to say.
What do you have to say?
So he hasn't said it yet. We're still trying to get him to say it.
Ace can pop in. I mean, this is y'all's podcast, but if
If
y'all
you
are cool with
want.
him popping in, he can pull in.
If
So
you
we're-
want,
Yeah, he can pop in.
We're still trying to get him to say it.
We don't mind.
So he kind of knew that he would be.
Oh, I'm gonna say
Uh,
celebrity crush on someone.
He
Let me guess. Megan Fox.
No, it's not that.
he knew that it was possibly
Brian.
going to be.
Donald Trump.
He was going to look rough
No,
against.
It's Donald Trump's junior daughter, Kai Trump.
Yeah, the look on my face because I was like, hold on, I got to look her up.
Alright, let me call the Secret Service.
Everyone else already knew, but I had to look her up because I'm like, wait, who the fuck is she?
Okay. Secret Service.
That's all it was. Yes, we ended up joking about it a little bit further. We were joking, and I was like, bro, do you know she was only 17? And she turns 18, I think it was like May something. I know it was May something. And I had made the comment to him, you couldn't have waited to cover this topic until May. And that was more of me with the gears grinding in my head saying, bro, she would have been 18 in May and none of this would have happened. I already knew this was about to be a fucking thing right when he said it. And I looked her up. I was like, fuck. But I was hoping it wouldn't go anywhere. And it fucking
But it's
turned
still-
into a shit show.
I still don't think it needed to even be that big because
The other
Just
guy is
some peop-
the other guy's Hammy Games, bro.
I think the thing is most people can look back at their own mommies and daddies and realize that there is probably greater than a 3-year gap between their ages.
It's about a
Now,
5-year difference.
Okay, so if she's 17 and he's 21, what's the difference there? You know what I mean? Like it's only 4
Well,
years.
thi-
What makes it wrong is people look at the fact that 18 is an adult. Sure, what was said. Okay, even if they were fucking, let's just call it that. Even if they were fucking, it's still legal.
think about this. Jerry Lee Lewis. I don't know. I know you know who Jerry Lee Lewis is, Hammy Games, right?
Mm-hmm.
He married his cousin. His cousin. How old was she?
Oh, my guess would be probably 14 or 15, probably somewhere in there.
13. She was 13 years
okay.
old. Those people didn't fucking get canceled. Now, that was a long fucking time ago. Mind you that. But still, it's apples to apples, not apples to oranges. You got to think about all these fucked up things that real celebrities fucking do. And
See ya, Goose. Nice talking to you, buddy.
I know who that is. Peace out. Okay. Okay, apparently there's still
That's
some.
one of them.
That's your hater.
That's one of them thumbs down I get. All right, that's cool. I love it.
You were close, Blue Lions game, and it was 13. But you get what I'm saying? Like, that's apples to apples. Or apples to oranges in that situation. His is legal. That wasn't. That it might have. There might have not have been. It was December 12th, 1957. I still don't think it was legal in 1957. They had to have parental consent, right? Or was that not a thing with marriage back then?
They didn't have the they didn't have the internet back then. That's the problem.
Yeah, I'm sure it was covered in fucking headlines. In some sort of news article, I'm sure. But to compare Rocky Mountain Podcast and Tyler as a whole and say that he's a predator, absolutely fucking not. He didn't come out and say I like little girls and that's what I'm into. This girl is of age.
A lot of people blow shit out of proportion, or a lot of people are just too, I guess, if it's relevant, childish, and for some reason hold grudges for shit that they had no control of over in the first place. But I do love when people do that, because it's just more proof to me that as human species we are devolving. We are getting worse. Our technology is getting better, which is only exposing the stupid. And thank God people are exposing the stupid. I feel like that's part of my job as a human anymore, is to support my family and point out the idiots.
Yep.
And P.S. I still haven't been caught in GTA 5 when I wanted to get away. If we're gonna poke the bear.
I done uninstalled that motherfucker, so you ain't got to worry about being caught. So the next portion is we're in the squad. So there are squad members and then there are members. And Hammy can attest for this. We have multiple roles. We have roles that will give you access as a member to be able to join certain podcasts. So you can get a Two Drunks role. You can get a Aftermath role. You get all these different roles to be able to join those channels. And you will be able to go live on air with those guys. But the squad as a whole runs the ship. BB doesn't run the ship. We're a democracy and we vote on everything. So we canceled Rocky Mountain Podcast. And it was voted on. And Hammy can attest for this. He can go back and look at the vote if he wanted to. But it was 5-0 before. When that vote was had, there were 6 of us in the squad. So that was majority vote. So I ended the poll and Rocky Mountain Podcast got canceled. But it wasn't just canceled. I'm not that kind of person. I'm not just going to reach out to Tyler and say, it's been canceled. I'm going to do it in a professional manner. So I sent him a termination letter that read, Dear Tyler, after careful consideration, we regret to inform you that your position with Squad Productions is being terminated, effective immediately. This decision was not made lightly over the past month. We have observed ongoing challenges in areas critical to your role, specifically in podcast structuring, audience retention, and overall member engagement. Despite multiple efforts to provide constructive feedback and support, the necessary improvement in these key areas has not been achieved. Unfortunately, this has had a direct impact on both team performance and our listener base. At this point, and this isn't the entire letter, but at this point, Blue Lion Gaming checked out. They weren't covering topics that was split between the two of them. They were only covering topics that Tyler wanted to cover. And we tried to tell them that you have to do things together, and it just wasn't going well. And this was the same day, this was hours after Tyler had posted his message in that chat that Bill read off earlier, which is why I was telling Hammy, I've already broke your identity again.
Twice. I got a running tally going.
Take a shot every time I break your identity.
I'll be fucking wasted by the time this is over.
Tyler said, everyone who can see this chat, we are rebranding our logo and name to the flight crew. So when he made that post, it was already in a vote to cancel the show. It didn't matter what happened. It was already in a vote. The only way it wouldn't have mattered is if the vote would have went in his direction. So to clarify, and this is like I put this part in here, and it was Decoy NDA said, make sure that you cover this because we want to still show Tyler that we support him. And I don't know if Tyler even read the entire thing, honestly. I think he may have read that his show was canceled and he stopped. Because if you read the entire thing, you'd see that I'm still supporting you. Squad is still supporting you. So to clarify, your role as host will be reassigned. Additionally, you will not be permitted to co-host or appear on any shows under Squad production unless explicitly invited to do so by the current production team. We want to be clear that this decision is not connected to episode 5 of Rocky Mountain Podcast. We want to stand behind you in relation to any repercussions from that event. Determination is based solely on the performance-related matters outlined above. We truly appreciate the time, energy, and creativity you've invested in Squad Productions. While this chapter is closing, we wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Sincerely, the Squad, signed by me, signed by Decoy NDA, signed by Hunter, signed by Tater, signed by Jess, Shadows, Ace, and Polly. Now, all their signatures got put on there, even though not all of them voted, but their signatures still all got put on there because it was majority.
I like when things are done diplomatically. You know, all these votes that took place, I personally didn't know, like I knew about them afterwards. And that's only because I was part of conversations that took place afterwards. I think Tyler, if you're still listening, I think the key takeaway from this for you is sometimes you need to know which bridges to burn and which ones to cross. Because even though it looks rickety and it ain't always great, it'll still get you across to the other side. You know, nobody in Squad Productions, and I'm going to speak very openly about this, is nobody across the board, from any podcast to any Squad member to probably even anybody that's just a fan or a member that joined, would ever say, the hell with him, right? Like, you wouldn't just get kicked to the curb. Every action has a reaction. Every action has a consequence, good or bad. I feel like what happened was you took it very personally, very quickly, overreacted, and knew that you overreacted when you reached out to BB multiple times asking for this not to be covered. Because you then knew that, all right, I might have fucked up, and I don't want to look bad. The goal is not to make you look bad, it's to put the facts out there all the while still defending you to anybody that I hope some of those people get to hear this podcast or are listening to it live, and I especially hope a certain friend of mine is still watching this because
He said that with a grin on his face.
oh yeah, I have so much to say to you, buddy. I was let down so bad. I felt like I was going to watch a really popular movie and found out that it was a sketch comedy.
Don't worry, Tyler. We're almost done. So, I have had this cough going on a month now. You can't get rid of it.
Smoker's cough.
I don't smoke.
That's why you should. You should probably start smoking. It'll go away.
Is that what it is? Jess, go buy me.
Reverse psychology.
Jess, go buy me a pack of Marlboro Reds. I only smoke when I drink. Go buy me a pack of Cowboy Killers.
Where's that goddamn cigar you promised me? I went and bought wine for tonight. I don't drink wine. I ain't bougie enough to drink wine. I done drank almost a whole bottle of wine.
Damn, bro.
Oh, I don't fuck around. And I'm drinking beer at the same time.
Tall as Leprechaun, a.k.a. I don't give a fuck about his identity, Hunter. It's a hairball. So he brought up in the comment section earlier, the vodka's still getting to him. He never did get over that shot of vodka. That fucking vodka took my breath away last episode of Two Drunks.
And it took your feet away because you ran.
Whew. So Tyler changed the name of his podcast to the Windy Mile High Club. Or Mindy. See where my mind is? The Windy Mile High Media. And they're going to cover sports. But I'm going to let you interject on that one because you had an opinion on that name change.
Right. While it sounds great, I feel like also at that point you're alienated. Like, what sports are you talking about? Just sports teams that happen in the Rocky Mountain. What the hell is even Rocky Mountain? Like that? What? Minnesota? Fucking Colorado? Colorado. That's what it is. Duh. Are you just going to talk about Colorado teams? Because that's going to alienate, 95% or 99% of the audience. And when you talk about it, you're going to break it down into segments of, this first 15 minutes is football, then baseball, then hockey, then soccer, then like what's the premise? Or is it just to do it? And am I supposed to, what's going to be enticing to me unless I'm, my team's playing your team and I want to come listen to you cheerlead for your team? Is it a non-objective opinion? Are you covering sports as a whole broadly? Like we're coming up on the NFL draft. Plenty of free agency stuff going on. Are you going to cover that? Or is it only going to be who's getting drafted to, fucking the Broncos? Like, so you're the idea that you want to cover sports is great. But before you do it, always think about what you have a chance to lose before you have a chance to gain. If you're gonna go from covering airplanes and stuff like that, I wish you guys would have covered ghosts because that night was absolutely amazing. Just to flip the script and just throw the ghosts out there and have the person that was in your podcast light up like a jack-o'-lantern to be able to talk about something he was finally interested in. Are you going to sell your product to me that I'm going to hear about the Denver Broncos and the Colorado, what the fuck is their baseball team? Bat Swingers? I don't know.
I don't know. I have his intro. Would you like to see it?
Sure.
I did it for him.
Yeah, I mean, like saying you're going to do a podcast in 2025 is like, saying you're going to go to the store. Fucking everybody's doing it. So I think that if you're going to do the podcast, think about what's going to happen, not what you want to happen.
All right, tell me when you're ready.
Are you going to do it in the chat here so I can watch it as it happens, or?
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen.
Nope. It just says open voice.
You should be able. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
And my computer's being stupid.
Wonderful. There's no audio, but the video is okay.
I have audio for it, but I am not releasing the audio because he AI generated it. I know it's not copyright, but still. So I mean, he's wanting to cover a large group of sports. He's wanting to cover everything that Colorado has to offer.
That's beautiful, as long as it's not like alienated to just that stuff. Because, like I said, you're gonna basically at that point just draw in that audience, unless you false tag your stuff and put false information in your description to try to get views. But at that point, then what's going to happen is you're going to get thumbs down and no subscribers. So there is, again, consequences to every action.
Now he'll be doing that on his own channel. He's already. I'm not sure when they'll be going live over there, but is what it is. So then we get to the part to where I get banned from his Discord. Now I was banned, and then I was unbanned, and I was given back roles. But then shortly after that, I was also taking roles away from me and was brought to just a regular member, which I didn't care about. I can give a fuck less about Discord roles. Is what it is. I don't care.
This is kind of where what happened on this past Monday really started for me.
Yep.
So I took it personally.
I was banned for making threats. So here's one from us, as J Noel 96 said. If you continue, I promise that Elon Musk will never find any of your podcast. I still don't understand that. Still not entirely sure what that means. And then you are a cyberbully and a fuckstick. So I was accused of cyberbullying and then was called a fuckstick. And now is where part 2 starts.
Oh boy. And is it a good one? Again, like I said, anybody that was in that chat, please, if you want, or you're not, having a, I know, Decoy, you have a little bit of a sinus sniffles going on and you got some medication. But anybody that was in that chat that wants to give their perspective and are not at work can join this channel.
Let's catch up on the comments for a second. Tyler,
well, you're just milking this.
Tyler, the invitation's still open for you to join. As you saw, your section wasn't really that bad. 90% of what we covered for you, we defended you. Your segment wasn't bad. It could have been a lot worse. But we gave the facts. So we can't make the facts any worse than what they were.
Yeah. Again, truth to truth, facts.
Hold on. Boogie brought up a good point. I missed something. I did not put it in the docket. I missed something. Boogie says what ticked me off was what Tyler sent him. So what got me banned? That was the thing. What got me banned? So the cyberbullying thing. Tyler sent a message. Sorry, Tyler. We got to go there. Said that he was going to off himself. That he had off himself tendencies.
Yeah, I was a little bit pissed off about that too when I seen that on Discord. I thought, wow, that's what it come to?
And so during Two Drunks, when I get this message, during Boogie's episode, and I get this message, and it was that, I was like, what? And so I went off the rocker a little bit, and I told Tyler that he shouldn't be having those thoughts, pretty much. I was aggressive with him. Aggressive as shit. And hold on, Tyler said that's not funny. Are you in a VC somewhere, Blue Line Gaming, with him? Because we'd love to have him on.
No, you're right. Also, Blue Line Gaming. If Tyler said that, that's not funny. Like at no point is that a
Tyler.
laughing matter.
Okay, I think that's what he meant by that. And I got pissed off and was like, "This isn't a laughing matter. Like, don't fuck around. You got terminated from a podcast. It was the same day that we terminated him from the podcast, and you're now contemplating offing yourself. No, bro, that's fucked, and it's nothing to play about." And anyways, that is actually going to be covered in part 2 because that happened in part 2 to where we actually confronted Tyler. So I'll let you cover that.
All right. So how this whole debacle started with me was we were in a voice chat. What was it? Me. I think it was me, BB, Decoy, Ace. I don't know. I don't remember who all was there again. But we were in a VC here in the squad Discord, and it was brought up about BB getting banned and stuff, and I'm like, what are you talking about? And then I was sent a picture that said exactly what BB read out about being banned for being a cyberbully, and I'm like, I want to talk to this fucking dude. Is there a way this could happen? And to my surprise, there was a way that could happen. And it happened quick. And we got into a voice chat with the guy. And and he said he was ex-law enforcement and stuff. And I was like, did you bother to talk to BB about it? Did you just jump to conclusions? Because as ex-law enforcement, you should know that just because you arrest somebody, they're still innocent until proven guilty. What was the circumstance that led up to that? And all he said was that Tyler sent him a message to do that. And then him and Tyler had a little talk there in the Discord chat, which apparently was able to get figured out because it wasn't too long after this J Newell 96 was more on board with what was happening, since he knew what really happened instead of one person's opinion or one person's feelings. Which I feel like, again, Tyler, you made a very rash decision. You rushed it, and it happened way too quick. Had people have sat down like adults and really discussed this, then it could have been, probably that 2 hours of my life would have not happened. Well, maybe, because I still wanted to talk to that other guy. Because if you remember in your podcast, Tyler, I said, invite the guy that started this shit to the Discord, and I was told, quote, he is in the Discord. And I wanted to talk to him that night. And it ended up being 4 nights later that I got to have a little sit down with the old ass monster. Or whatever the hell. I called him ass monster. What else did I call him? I had him all kinds of names. But it led up to, I was told he is like, I was under the impression that I was going to meet a guy that was really going to be confrontational and I was going to have I was going to be like, it was going to be hard. I think the quote that I ended up using at the end or towards the end was, a brick wall meets a sandcastle.
So before you completely get into the guy, give the background on, or maybe you don't know the background. I can't remember, of the connection between him and Tyler. Because
all I know,
because there's a reason for it.
The only thing that I know about the situation is they share the same Discord. And they were watching, or somebody in that Discord was watching that stream and got, their bussy hurt. So Ass Monster was a part of that. And when I showed the clip earlier, he was a part of that podcast that night. Ass Monster was. So I didn't know that. He was there for the live event. Well, but what got me with it was when, after the whole thing with J Newell, and J Newell, to his credit, stayed in that chat. And I had said, bring that other guy in. and I was told pretty much to the effect of, just so you know, when he shows up, he's going to be confrontational and he's going to be an asshole. And I was like, great, that's what I want. Because that's to me, that's how a confrontation is supposed to take place. Like when it's something like that, it should be you're going to defend yourself, even if you're wrong, even if you're proven wrong and you still went out on the edge as far as you did to act like a fool and be wrong, you should at least die on that hill. That's not what happened. Not at all what happened. And in the intro song, it says that we have screenshots, and boy, do we. Of things that happened in this chat that turned into one of the greatest nights in my life on Discord. Because I was told that this guy was going to give me a run for my money. And he didn't. Not at all. He just, like, his best comeback over the course of a 2-hour conversation was, I was a motherfucker one time. One time. But during that conversation, he said some shit that just completely made no sense, defies anybody's logic. And I wish some of these screenshots weren't as small as they are, so you'll probably have to read them.
Well, I've got them. If you actually want me to share them on screen, I can share them on screen.
We could do it queued up. And I'll just run down the list. Where, like, so apparently he's dating a black girl. Which, again, you know, free country. You do what you want.
I don't have
makes you happy.
I don't have a screenshot of that, but
right. Well, that was because that was audio. But Buddy started dropping N-bombs, just using them. Like he had a barrel full of bullets with the N-word on it. He was just firing them off. And my brain wanted to say, do you go out in public and say, hi, this is my N-word girlfriend? Like, does she know you do that? Because probably not. But, you know, hypocritical. You're going to make fun of somebody else for doing something and then kind of do the same thing a little bit. And I got to listen to the guy's cadence and how he talked. And at one point during the conversation, I was like, do you have a learning disability? Because I can hear you stuttering. And he said he was in a car accident. And I said, well, I'm sorry to hear that. And I think that's when his tone really changed. Like when he realized he had lost. You could share your
so here's the
screenshot.
Here's the first one.
Yeah, the one underneath his logo.
I'll just go in order by those. We actually have those in the order that they're supposed to be.
Perfect. So we have this put in basically, you know, pretty much calling Tyler a pedophile, a pee-pee toucher, a Drake. So, like, you read it for yourself. Borderline pedo to 99% of people. What people? 99% of the 4 people you were talking to? Like, what people are you talking about? Show me who you're talking about.
So to give context on the part where I say I've got nothing to hide, messages weren't deleted for that. Messages were deleted so the announcement can be seen easily. And I realize you don't agree with the situation, and that's fine. We could be adults and agree to disagree. Is he was in the Rocky Mountain podcast chat after I made the announcement doing damage control, and said just because it's legal doesn't make it right. And even it said that, but wanted to continue to argue. So to clear up that so that the announcement wouldn't be hidden in all of the bullshit, we deleted all of the discussion. Like we weren't there to discuss. I'd said in the message, if you had a problem with it, you reach out to me directly. Don't do it in my chat. Don't do it in the squad chat. You reach out to me. I was the go-to person for that.
Yeah, he crossed the line a little bit, actually a lot of bit in what he said. During the voice chat, Buddy was like, he was adamant that regardless of what was being said, he was right, up to the point where he was kind of like proven that he was wrong. And there was a point in the conversation where I'm trying to remember exactly how it went because it was a very long conversation, but the whole, you know, Democrat, Republican, liberal, not liberal thing popped up. And I basically called him a liberal cunt because that's what he was acting like. He was acting like a Karen. Like one of those, you know, I'm right, you're wrong, don't matter what you say, I got to be right. And when I brought it up, I'm like, thank God you didn't vote, you know, or I think it was like, thank God the person you voted for lost in the election, I think is what I said. And he's like, I voted for Trump. And I'm like, well, that can't be. Because you share none of the conservative ideologies at all.
You had told him, I bet you voted for, and this is where the first N-word part came out. You had said, I bet you voted for Kamala Harris. I don't think you called her Kamala. Do you remember what you called her?
No.
It was
Yeah, Camel Toe Harris.
And he said, no, I didn't vote for that N-word bitch.
Yeah. He was very, very adult, very, very polite, I would say. And the only reason I even attacked him on the liberal conservative thing is because his bio on Discord says he's a furry. And then once he said that he voted for Trump, I'm like, well, that can't be. There's no way.
Trump outlawed those.
Conservatives don't dress up like kitty cats and go hump each other's legs. That's a disease itself. So just reading the bio, I knew he had a learning disability. And to let him continue to make a fool out of himself in front of everybody that was in that chat was a pleasure of mine. And when he called me a motherfucker, I got a little excited. I'm like, "Oh, here we go!" And then he didn't.
You specifically told him you had a boner, and I offered you to go on the new podcast, Two Stoners with a Boner.
Yeah, I was like, you called me a motherfucker. You're giving me a little bit of a boner here, buddy. I'm starting to, like, because he was sold to me prior to him joining. I want to make sure that's clear. Like I said earlier, that he was going to be the hardest person to argue with. That he is just going to be an asshole the whole way around, and it turned out absolutely not to be. But there was a point, BB, and you can pull this up, where I said to him, he admitted that he was wrong. And I said, well, all right, you're wrong. Tyler's in this chat. Fucking apologize to him. And he did. I'll give him credit to that. He apologized to it. And I said, now go on your Discord and make a fucking apology. And this, if you're looking at this, this is what he said. So I was wrong about Tyler. He said some fucked up things, but he does have a mental disability. What he said on the podcast was taken out of context. We shouldn't have treated him like shit. Yeah, you probably shouldn't have. Now, my question is, was that message deleted immediately? Was it made in a channel that nobody could see? Is it still there? I don't know if anybody in the audience here is in that same Discord. But if they are, go ahead, chime in. Is it still there? Was it made publicly, or, you know? I think being honest and fair is really where things need to have a line drawn.
All right, so
buddy said his name is Ass. No, it's Ass Monster.
So Fireman Jacob says his name is Asmodeus. Blue Lines Gaming laughed out loud. Blue Line Gaming said, "Yeah, Asmodeus is a good guy, just has a temper."
No, I wouldn't say. I'm gonna do it, BB. I have to. I wouldn't say he's a good guy.
He's not. He's really not a good guy.
If you're taking context is key when you're meeting somebody, right? Imagine this. Okay, he's your friend. We'll accept that. But imagine you're on the other side of it, where things get said that shouldn't have been said, should never have even taken place, and then he goes to bat for what happened, and then you find out about it that he was wrong. I can't wrap my brain around it. And there was I don't know what, 7-8 people in that chat that night. There was people. What was his name? Jay Knoll, who I went into the initial conversation having a problem with, that ended up having a problem with the Ass Monster. or as you guys call him, Asmodeus, because he's a hypocrite. He might be a good guy while he's sleeping, but the rest of the time, he should not be allowed to have a keyboard in front of him, and more importantly, he should not be able to make a post criticizing somebody else for having a disability that he himself suffers for. When
Well,
I grew up, that was called a hypocrite.
the thing is, he is, after this podcast happened, and he had made the statement of, during that chat, well, people watched the video. People watched the video and it just got out. No. You knew exactly what that timestamp was on that video, and you shared that timestamp on that video, because the thing is, I'm not a dumb person. I look at my analytics. All of us look at our analytics, and our views were normal for that podcast. You sent the clip out. You got him banned from multiple Discords, but you didn't take responsibility for that portion.
And that's what it boils down to, is just taking responsibility. Like, you guys are friends with him. I understand that. I'm friends with BB. I'll go to bat for BB. But guess what? Me and BB argue a lot. We don't agree with each other all the time. That's what happens as adults. You know, and in that conversation, he had enough balls to say, well, what he said offended some people because we have kids. Yeah, I have an 18-year-old daughter myself.
I have a
And I
3-year-old
wasn't
son.
offended by it. So that argument is mute now. You know, it hurt his bussy. And I'm only going to call it that because he dresses up as a freak and walks around and hump each other's legs. So, you know, it's not a matter of he's a good guy or he means well. What you say matters. Right? And when you say something to somebody that has a learning disability that ultimately leads to the thought of unaliving themselves, now I have a fucking problem. And guess what? I solved that motherfucker in 2 hours and had him make a public apology. I had him apologize to the guy, to his own ear, because obviously it was in a voice chat.
Is there anyone that's in that same Discord that he posted that at everyone that can prove that that message is still there? Was Tyler welcome back to that Discord? Because he should have been. But we want to make sure. I didn't get the name of the Discord. Even doing a screenshot, I wasn't able to get the name of the Discord. Was he let back into that Discord? Is that message still there?
My best guess is...
I'm assuming Jacob might know, the Fireman Jacob.
Yeah, Fireman Jacob, and my best guess would be that Blue Lion Gaming also knows.
Fireman Jacob's comment has been deleted. So Fireman Jacob deleted his comment.
Right. Well, I mean, I know what his name is. I could clearly read it, and that's where Ass Monster came in, is because every time I looked over at the chat, I couldn't readily spit his name out because it wasn't a name that you say or something you say every day. So it just became Ass Monster. And let's just be clear that I called him Ass Monster for almost 2 hours, and not one time, maybe one time, did he try to correct me. And I told him, I'll just call you what I want to call you.
So
yeah, go ahead.
So did you know, though, that because you date a black girl, you can use the N-word?
I'm pretty sure somewhere
just
in
because
my
you date her
history. I'm sure somewhere in my family's history, because you know most of my family grew up in Germany and Ireland, that slavery was a thing. So does that give me a right to just my German side? Does that give me a right to go around and just beat up people because I feel like it? Oh no, that's fine, Jacob. That's misspelling something. Hell, that's a human thing. We all do that. There's many a times I send a message and look back at it and say, well, that ain't a word, but they'll get it. Anyone
that wants to join the VC and give your input on this situation, feel free to do so. If a moderator can copy and paste and put that Discord link down in the chat, we're willing to have live people to give testimonials. And even to defend these people if they feel the necessary to do so.
And to be very very clear, also is
So actually, Fireman Jacob
oh
says,
wait.
I feel like he made a post in a fake Discord server to send you the screenshot. We kind of contemplated that was a possibility.
Yeah, go ahead and put that screenshot back up.
Not at
Jacob,
Discord, you fucking idiot. Damn Blue Lines
That's not how that
gaming.
But Jacob, that screenshot was taken live that night. Like that's why it's blurry, is because I believe he's the one that either shared the screenshot or shared his screen and it was taken from it.
Yeah,
none of us were in that Discord.
He shared his screen and I took the screenshot, but I didn't want the whole big picture, which it didn't have before I screenshotted. I seen if it had any pertinent information, so I just gathered what I needed off of it.
So that ought to be an eye opener, also. That if that
Thank you,
post
Boogie.
was made in a Discord,
oh,
then Tyler,
this is that Jacob, Fireman Jacob. I'm at home sick, but I was there when he said the N-word. So this is Jay Null. This is who we were talking about earlier. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense now.
So, Fireman Jacob, then did anything I say about our conversation, was that wrong? Right? Like, none of what I'm saying, and the great part is there is a group of people that are in this chat or listening live that were there that could easily dispute what I'm saying. None of what I'm saying is wrong. Right, it is what it is, and we have Nick in the waiting room also. I just want to point that out, but hold on before you bring him up.
Well, if you you bring him up because I'm sharing screen.
Okay. This stuff can't be made up. Like, so if he made that post in a fake server, then Tyler, if you're still listening, rescind that apology, because clearly he didn't mean it. He was just saying it to get out of the problem he was in. And if he made that post in a Discord that he is faking, then anybody that is friends with him, no, you cannot trust him, because what he said he was going to do, and God, I wish I was recording that. I mean, I wouldn't have put it on my channel, but I would have cut parts out of it and put it on this one. There is so much.
We would have shared clips tonight.
Yeah, like it is. There's nothing to hide. But the fact that this guy can walk around, first off, he's using it's so disgusting. The whole One King thing, like he's a Polecat fan, that just fucking goes through me. But still, the fact that he could have this little itty bitty thing that nobody would have ever paid attention to, and it blew it up into something that it became, that now he looks like an asshole, and I hope he does.
Okay,
he feels like one too.
Apparently, I didn't say thank you to Boogie, but he said you're welcome. Oh no, hold on. Maybe he's saying that to Blue Line Gaming. I thought I did say thank you for posting the Discord link. If I didn't, sorry. Thank you, Boogie, for doing that. So Timmy, what's up? Glad you're here. Host of Aftermath. Glad you're here. We're giving you some controversial topics to talk about on Aftermath. Do your fucking job, bro. Fireman Jacob. No, it's on point. I feel like there was a lot of misunderstanding. I flipped my lid and saw red when the threat of self-harm was threatened. It was completely understandable. I get it. And I think what Hammy was getting at with the adult side of things is I should have been reached out to before I was banned, and you heard my side of the story. Yes, Tyler owned that Discord, but I still should have been reached out to if there was any type of miscommunication, just to get my side of the story to see if the ban actually should have withheld. Me personally, Tyler removed himself, even though he was canceled. I don't care. You can stay in the fucking Discord. You're a hater. Fucking stay in the Discord. I don't give a fuck. You can see what the fuck I'm doing.
Those are my favorite.
I don't give a fuck.
Those are my favorite fans. I love haters. They're my favorite fans.
I'm not going to remove you. You're going to remove yourself.
I have a couple of them haters. As soon as my videos go live, they just instantly thumbs down my videos, and I can tell because I only share mutual servers with so many people that post my videos live, and it's very simple and easy to figure out. But either way, I wanted this first episode, and especially this part of it, to be a shot at the throat. But it had to be factual. It can't be bullshit. Right? So if somebody's gonna attack somebody, I don't know Tyler. I could walk past him on the street and wouldn't even fucking notice him. But I could walk past him, but if I could tell that he had some kind of disability, I'm still gonna be like, hey buddy, how are you? Right? I'm not gonna then hold something against him because he screwed up. Now here's where it's a little, I don't know, Jacob, if you knew that he had a learning disability. So when the whole unaliving thing took place, the finger got pointed at BB, who was actually, out of all of it, the only one that had his back.
That's the fucked up. That's the fucked up part.
I'm not sticking up for BB here. I just want to make that clear. I'm not sticking up for you here, BB. I'm telling you my side of the story as an outsider looking at it.
Out of everybody, the minute I turn my back, it's let's jab. Let's just fucking poke him in the fucking back, just because we can.
And you left your bussy behind in 2002 and voted Trump twice. LOL. Good.
So,
at least all right. So you're you know what? That's perfect. I love it.
Tater,
but nobody.
Tater, if you would have given me a minute, you would have gotten your shout out at the end of this podcast, because at the end of this, it was Hamy's idea, not for the end of this, but it was his idea to release a schedule, and you guys are going live tomorrow, so I was going to announce that. So give me fucking time, bro. Let me be a producer, and you fucking hold steady.
Be a listener. Be a guest.
Just fucking hold steady. Do you want to go ahead and pull Nick up?
Yeah, we could do that. I just want to say this.
And that's the way to do it, Jacob. Yes, Jacob says he knew, but he never treated him any different.
Right, and that's what set me off again when I seen the post, when I seen the message that BB got banned, and that didn't piss me off because I've been banned from many a Discords. I could care less. Discords are a dime a dozen. I could really care less about a Discord.
I didn't really care.
But when the whole cyber bully thing, I'm like, but he wasn't. That's the problem. Is this a hidden podcast? Clearly not. You're watching it. All right, I'm going to bring Nick up. Nick is going to be hosting a podcast coming up. Mysteries of the Underworld?
Mysteries of the Underworld.
Damn it, I got that right on the first go. Didn't even have to put that in Braille for me. Look at that.
Yeah, I fucked that up all the time.
Yeah, no, I don't know how I got it right. But, yeah, no, and he's also Tyler's, I guess now, former co-host of the Rocky Mountain Podcast. So here we go. Come on up, Nick.
What's up, Nick? You're live on air, bud. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hang on, let me
boys, what?
How you guys doing?
What does that say? Boys?
Oh, Boys Invisible. Don't know what you're talking about, Bryson. It's public to my knowledge. I'm watching it. We've got 13 viewers right now, so it's not invisible.
I mean, if it is invisible, send it to your friends.
Yeah. Get the name out there.
Don't forget to hit the thumbs up, and if you really don't like the truth, hit the thumbs down. We like that too. It's equally the same.
This is one of 6 or 7 podcasts. See, bro, you're coming. Oh, you're saying this is one of 6 or 7. Okay. Never mind, Tater. I was fixing to go at your ass, like fixing to go cutthroat on you. It was like, you don't know how many fucking brands are underneath this podcast.
Oh, he's talking about my thing.
Nah,
the silhouette is he's talking about Handy, like the whole invisible thing.
So he's saying old Boy's invisible. No, I
work for the Illuminati.
He believes in Big Brother. That's what he believes.
I'm what the hell is that group that runs around with the freaking masks on? What are they called? Oh man, the hacker group. I feel old now.
I know what you're talking about. Watch Dogs.
No, it starts. So I feel like it starts with an I, but damn it.
I love how like your silhouette. Anytime you talk, it like matches up to what you're like talking about. Like I'm just imagining you doing the hand motions and everything as you're fucking talking.
I just want to point out that this has to be a silhouette.
I just want to point out, and he turned his head. I just want to point out.
It has to be a silhouette of Donald Trump because just look at the hands go when he's talking. Gotta be. I can't remember the name of it. No, not the Illuminati. It's the. God damn it. I'm gonna look it up. Popular hacker groups.
So while he's figuring out life, Nick, are you trying to commentate on both the Nick or the Tyler side and Asmodeus side?
Anonymous.
Or are you coming on both?
I got nothing wrong with either of them. I do think, however, that some people.
I'll be right back, real quick. Go ahead.
I do think, however, that some people took it a little too far when he said what he said.
I don't understand how he said he'd be back, but his silhouette's still there. I don't understand. I don't know what's going on.
I stand by what I said about Asmodeus. He's a good guy. I'm not going to stop defending him. We all say things that we regret.
Appreciate it, Bryson.
So.
Yeah. He has good tendencies. I can kind of get it, but to literally target, and you were a part of that podcast. You're a part of episode 5 of Rocky Mountain, and
I did some targeting myself. Yes.
So all of us, and I brought it up because all of y'all knew exactly who she was, and you could see the look on my face. We played the clip earlier, and we played it into its entirety, to where you can see the look on my face, and I'm like, okay, but you can see the look on y'all's, and y'all knew who she was, and I'm looking her up. But okay, can you agree with Asmodeus on the part where, even though it's law, and like I said, like me and Amy both have said in this podcast, he never said, I want to fuck the girl. He just said it was his celebrity crush. That's all he said. But even with age of consent, is 17 years old. He's 21. It would have been age of consent. Do you disagree with the age of consent thing?
I'm not saying I disagree with the age of consent. I think that...
Is your power out at your house? You live in the dark?
Yeah, I just like living in the dark. It's fun.
That's the closet the ghost lives in that he's covering on his podcast on Tuesday.
Yep.
He's gonna pull out his EMF reader to show that it's level 5 in the fucking closet.
I found that, by the way.
His ghost is gay. It lives in the closet.
Like, yeah, apparently. I even went as far as to learn that EMF is an electromagnetic field.
Frequency.
Look.
Yep, field. Yep.
I thought it was I thought it was erected, motherfucker.
Okay,
that was me. That was me Monday night.
So no, I don't think, but I think, in my opinion, the reason why I overreacted so much is mainly because I live in a state where it's 18. So
hold on a sec. So Jacob, please say your piece. I get you don't want to start anything. We're on the Unfiltered podcast. You're not. If you start something, I promise you, Unfiltered will finish it.
But
reach out to me. If you don't want to cover it on the podcast, on a serious note, message me and send it to me in a DM what you want to say. And we have a mutual Discord server, so you can message me and we'll talk about it.
Nick, my question to you is, and it's because you said
I don't think Nick finished what he was saying.
Right, I had to go pee. He was talking about how his room is so dark, but when you said in the chat on YouTube, you said that he's a good person or whatever, and you said you're not going to stop defending him. Okay, and I respect that. Like I would, like I said during this podcast, we're still live. Me and BB don't see eye to eye.
All right, then go ahead and say it here, Jacob. It's fine, man.
But at the same time, and both, neither one of us, I mean, publicly haven't defended the other person. And that's admirable. But let me ask you a question. If you were in a position that
if you were in a position
that when when all you get to see is the stuff. See, you're doing it and you're fucking me up.
It's because you're fucking doing it. You're fucking doing it. It's matching up with you. It's syncing up with you, bro. This is
Well,
fucking weird.
I can't stay too long. I have a meeting with Jess and she's waiting for me. So, what were you saying, Bill?
But if you were in my position and you had all this stuff thrown at you at one time and you had to try to make a decision, would you? Okay, if I was him and you were me, would you think any differently? Right? Like, I'm not saying the dude's a bad guy. I would love for him to join and have a conversation. Doesn't even have to be live. I'd love to just sit down and have a conversation with the guy to get in his head and figure out where he's coming from. But he said a lot of very suspect things in that talk. First off, I don't use the N-word very often, but I used it more in that conversation just as a rebuttal to him than I use in a year's time. And if he's dating a black girl, that definitely doesn't make it okay. Oh, I listen to rap music. I can say the N-word. Right? Like, that doesn't make it okay. So I'm just curious as to where, while defending him, where did he go wrong in this situation that it turned into a shit show and now he has to be covered for an hour and a half on a podcast because we're going to show the truth. At least the truth that we have.
So, Jacob, you're jumping ahead. We have Nick here, so that was actually going to be one of my questions to Nick and get his live answer on that. So, sorry to interrupt you on that, Hammy. So, we'll cover it here in a second.
So, yeah, I can answer that right now. Okay, so why do I ban him? Because at the time, in my state, like I said, I felt uncomfortable about it, right? At first, what he said, okay. And then he unfriends me. So why would I want to bring back someone who unfriends me, right? And also, I have minors in my Discord that felt uncomfortable around him, so I have to think about them too, not just him.
So why did those minors feel uncomfortable? How did that escalate to those minors feeling uncomfortable?
And on top of that, how many views did that podcast have that all of them minors seen it, or was it a minor?
It was one in my Discord.
I can tell you that only 75 people viewed that.
Like, facts. Okay, I get it, right? Like, somebody was upset. Like I said earlier.
And this isn't to put you on the chopping block, Nick. We're not trying to interrogate you.
No, I know. I know.
This is to get the fact out there for everybody, the truth out there on all sides. You're here basically as an attorney for him. I would, you know what I mean, to help defend his cause, I suppose, or at least to justify it. But if you know, the argument was used during that conversation, people had kids. I have an 18-year-old daughter. That means for the last 18 years I had a kid. I didn't take that personally. Like, I didn't be like, oh, this guy's going to have if he's my next door neighbor, I have to worry about him. That never crossed my mind. I understand that some people, and this is where I think everybody as a society needs to understand, if you're going to run a Discord, whether it's a fan Discord or a productions Discord, you're not going to get your people. You're going to get all people.
Yep.
You're going to get people that are butthurt over one thing or excited over the other, and both are on opposite ends of the spectrum. So if somebody says they're offended by it, and I'm not attacking you on this one, but if that one person said it hurt their feelings, I'd have said, oh well. Like, you know, there's nothing. One person got attacked, and it turned into what it is today.
Bro, did your closet?
One person was.
Originally, he was not gonna
did your closet light just turn off by itself? There was a light behind you, and it just fucking did. Like, are we already witnessing what's going to happen on Mysteries of the Underworld? What the fuck is going on behind you?
My closet door just closed. It's okay. Anyway, back to what I was saying.
It just opened again. It just opened again. Are you seeing the shit, Hammy?
Oh yeah, no, I'm seeing it.
Like,
I've been trying to ignore it.
It's getting further. It just opened more. The fuck?
Okay.
You need to move.
The fuck, bro?
It was built in the 50s. I think a couple was murdered here at one point.
We're gonna
Anyway,
see
be on
Nick have to go through an exorcism in Mysteries of the Underworld. Like, this shit's gonna take his fucking soul. Gonna take
Yeah.
All right, Nick.
gonna
Nick,
take
go
over his
ahead with your
body.
thought. I'm sorry.
Okay, what
We
was I
didn't cut
saying?
you off too much.
Okay, so what I was trying to say is he wasn't even going to be banned, right? I wasn't going to ban him. I kicked him. I didn't ban him. When he decided to go all hell out on me and start, starting shit, that's when I said, okay, I no longer want to be friends with you, so you're not going to be in my Discord.
I mean, fair enough. I could understand that. Now, let me ask you this: you've been listening to this podcast. Were you listening to it long enough to hear and see the images come up on screen, and to see Jacob post about it was posted in a fake Discord, which now leads me to believe that the were you in that chat when I was there with him?
No, he wasn't.
I didn't
Okay,
even know
well,
that was a thing, so.
I had him issue a public apology to Tyler in that chat. Like I thought we were burying the hatchet. Okay, so to find out now that clearly it was posted someplace that was a lie, makes the apology a lie, which would probably makes everything else he started in relation to Tyler a lie. What's his punishment now? I'm just asking you, man to man. What's his punishment from you for blatantly lying?
Is Asmodeus still in your Discord?
And causing this problem.
Oh, hold on. We got Asmodeus. Hold on. We got Asmodeus here. It isn't the truth y'all are saying about me. It was a real Discord. It's called Blue Collar Gaming. Okay, you're a part of this Discord. Join the waiting room, and we will bring you up, and you can tell your side. If you don't feel comfortable doing it live on air, which I'd prefer it live on air, and I'm sure Hammy would, because this is part of the story, then join VC and we can talk about it. And we'll have a civil discussion. You're not going to be yelled at. You're not going to be talked over.
And I'm even going to be nice and call you Asmodeus, because the name's been said enough today that I can remember what it is. Understand that we're saying it's a fake Discord because somebody else said it's a fake Discord. I would love for you to join this chat, and if you don't feel comfortable, we could talk afterwards. And I want to, you prove to me that it's not. Show me in the Discord that you posted it, that more than just yourself can see it. And if it's not a fake Discord,
all right. So Bryson is saying that he can verify Asmodeus did send a public apology.
Okay, well, here we go. Let's do it. We're going to verify it. We're doing public right now. Can't no more public than join.
Bryson, same thing. If you want to join, you're not a part of the Discord, feel free to join the Discord, hop into the waiting room, and we will pull you up. Let's talk about it. This is what this is all about. Let's get the nitty-gritty conversation, and let's talk about it.
Yeah, this is getting the truth out in the open, because what happened...
And Nick, you don't have to worry about Jess. We're in the same house. She's listening to this. She knows you're here. You're not having her wait.
At the very end of the day, this is about the mental health of one person. And everybody that attacked him, you should feel like a scumbag. 100%. I don't care, Nick, if it was you, you should feel like a piece of shit for it.
Can a moderator please throw the Discord link down into the comment section one more time?
If somebody was willing to go that far and basically attack this guy to the point that he thought unaliving himself was the best bet, the word cyberbully got thrown out at the wrong person. That's all I'm saying. And if you want to defend yourself, either you don't want to do it live, that's fine. I got a refrigerator full of beer and a bottle full of wine. I'm here all night. I could talk to you afterwards. But this shit needs to be aired up. Tyler needs to be issued a goddamn apology.
Appreciate it, Bob.
That actually matters.
Make sure you sent the fucking right one. I know who your ass is.
That one's going to lead to Pornhub. Discord.
I know how Bob is. I know how Bob is.
To get back to the meat on the bone is this whole segment is about trying to make sure that one person is happy, all the while pissed off a bunch of people.
Appreciate it, Bob. It's legit.
We're we're trying to put the facts out there, and if there's facts that we don't have and y'all have them, come on in, because I'd love to see them.
Moderators give
And
you
if not-
roles; they know which ones.
If for any reason I didn't, or myself or BB didn't get something right, and you can prove us wrong, and you don't want to join this Discord, send it to us personally.
We'll
and
cover
we'll put
it
it up there.
Yeah, we'll do it on the next episode. We'll be like, hey, we'll redact if we have to. If you can prove us wrong, we'll redact.
Yeah, I have no problem being wrong, but until I'm proven wrong, I'm right.
And if you're not wrong, be right until you're wrong. That's a whole thing.
I'm a firm believer that the truth is the truth. Right, and the fact, there's people in here, and, you know, Asmodeus, to your credit, you showed up that night. I was very let down by what I was told you were going to be and what you turned out to be. But I was, you know, you threw out that N-word about your girlfriend a lot. I mean, I threw that word out there too, right back at you, and you still did nothing about it.
Asmodeus has the roles to be able to join this VC. So all he has to do is go to the waiting room.
I just don't understand why one, what was it, a 2-minute segment of a podcast that probably at the time had 6 viewers turned into right now, we're talking about it and have 15 people listening. That's great. That's content. But the fact that this buddy sent something to one of his friends that he was fixing to unalive himself is pretty fucking disturbing. It wasn't about your girlfriend. It was about Kamala Harris. No, yeah, absolutely, yeah. When I said you voted for her, and you said you didn't vote for that N bitch.
Come on, Asmodeus, let's get out of the comment section. Just join the waiting room. Don't be scared to be live. You've never been scared to be live before. We're not. We're not going to be confrontational.
No, I want the facts.
Like, that's all we want. It's not going to be like it was Monday night, to where we had to literally dig the truth out of you. We already have the truth. So just join the waiting room.
Kamala Harris thing. After the N-word was used with Kamala Harris, you then said that you're dating a black girl, and I said, does that make it okay? And then you threw the N-word out about 5 more times. And then I threw it out about every other word in a sentence that I used just to prove a point. Like, that word doesn't mean anything. If anything, it's bad that you used it if you're dating one. Like, I'm an Irish German.
Tyler is wanting in the VC with you guys. Has he joined back the squad? Has someone given him roles? Okay, Tyler. The last thing I have is where he left. He asked to join Discord. We're not going into another VC. We're live on air. We can't.
Yeah, and let's. We can't. It's hard to keep up here.
We can't join other channels.
Bryson, to tell them to get help if they're having mental thoughts. That's easy to do. But let's just say, hypothetically speaking, and this is a reality statement, is that message was sent to Boogeyman. Neither one of them were side by side. What if he sent that message and then offed himself?
All right, so now we have Tyler in the waiting room. No, we don't have Tyler. So, is he in a waiting room? He might be in a waiting room. He's not in any waiting room.
I just think that if we're going to do this, we need to do this.
Make sure he has roles that... Let me look at his... Can y'all make sure he has friend... Make sure he has the friend role. Anyone? And then Asmodeus says he's on his way home, so he'll be in here as well. So we're going to have all of them. So, hey, kudos to us. We're going over on this fucking podcast.
We're not going over. We're fixing a problem. We're putting a goddamn...
Well, yeah, but we knew this is why we started early, was to make sure that we had enough time to do this. And if we would have started this an hour ago, when we were supposed to start, or 2 hours ago, or an hour ago when we were supposed to start, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now.
No, and I'm fine with... to me, the most important thing here
appreciate
is that
But they
The
can still
truth
they
is-
can still see. So Tater, sorry, Hammy, to keep cutting you off. Just trying to catch up on comments. I know you're still getting used to this being live and not recorded. Tater, so I have an issue with throwing that word around, and I'm not going to get into it, but you might want to think about what you say when you're saying it. Yes.
Yeah, no, I mean,
That
I
is true.
100% used. I 100% use that word way more in one conversation than I do in probably a year's time. But I used it to prove a point. Like the word itself means nothing.
All right,
at
Tyler,
surface value.
you got to wait a minute before you can come up.
But it means
we'll pull
a
you
lot
up.
in the context of an argument. Like the fact that we had that argument and then it turned into what it did. Again, there's people that were in that conversation, aside from me, that can attest to what was said and how it was said and the cadence in which everything took place. It wasn't an attack because honestly, I was told that I had to expect an attack. So
Nick can probably
defended
speak
myself right off the bat.
Nick can probably speak on that a little bit with Asmodeus. Is that normally he is a very headstrong person, and he's going to come at you, and normally you can't tell him he's wrong. I haven't really had that with him to where I couldn't, but I know of people that have had that instance with him to where it was just you can't talk to him. And it was if you watch back Rocky Mountain Podcast on episodes that Tyler had him on, a lot of the time Tyler would say something and Asmodeus would be like, nope, that's wrong. And he would correct him. And Nick was host of that, so I don't know if Nick got that energy to where Tyler would say something, but Asmodeus would counter it and be like, nah, that's wrong, bro. Because that's how it went a lot of the time. And it was noticed a lot of the time. So as for Bryson, if someone offs it, then there's nothing you can do or anyone can do about it, but they can still seek help. And I'm not interested in a word. A word only has the power you give it in capital letters. You. Yeah, I mean, I can kind of agree with that, but you still have to be careful where you use those certain words at, because those certain words can fucking make you look really horrible, really fucking fast. And in today's age, you might as well live it by put this in your fucking Bible that you're probably being recorded at some point. Something's always being recorded. Somebody's going to have something on you always. And then we got Jacob again. I was honestly shocked that dude went as far as he did with the N-word. We're going to get to hear from Asmodeus, Jacob, and you'll get to comment on it. Amy, are you ready for Tyler to be pulled up?
Yeah, sure. But like Jacob said, he went too far. Jacob was in that conversation. He was in that meeting. So it's not like you're
hey,
just
Nick,
getting
can
my
you pull
perspective.
Him up?
You're getting there's people that are in this chat that were there also that get to chime in, that y'all get to read what they have to say.
I don't have that.
I think
All right.
I got it.
You have the
biggest
host
thing,
role. I fixed that fucking role.
The biggest thing is that it doesn't matter what they tell you afterwards. It's what happened while it happened. And there's people here that were witnesses to it that can prove that I'm not just saying it to defend myself or put myself on a pedestal or to defend BB and put him on a pedestal. These are things that happened for real in real time with 8 people listening or whatever was there.
I'm not
so
a prince.
there's
I'm not a princess. I don't need to be on a pedestal.
There is plenty of people, and Ace was even there. I know it hasn't been brought up, but he was the facilitator of the whole thing.
It was done in his Discord.
It took place in his Discord. So there is 100% like proof of what's being said, and that's why we're spitting these out as facts, because they happen live with people that are in this chat listening that if we were lying, could easily call us out on it.
What you got for us, Tyler? You're live
Tyler,
on.
welcome.
You're live on air, as you know. But what do you have for us, Tyler?
Well, I mean, I just wanted to say I never even blocked Nick or anything. I mean,
All right. So hold on. So are we covering you and Nick's drama at this point? Is that what you're coming in here for? Is for Nick, or do you have anything?
yes.
Because Nick doesn't matter. That's not what we're covering on this podcast.
Sorry, I'm just gonna jump in here quick. Hold on, I'm vetoing this conversation.
Okay. I was gonna say stay relevant.
So there was a comment, Bryson, that you just made that said, if the word offends someone, maybe we should ban the dictionary.
Oh,
so
fuck.
if what Tyler said hurt your feelings, maybe we should fuck your feelings.
Yeah. But Tyler never said he wanted to fuck the girl. That's the problem.
Let's just call it out. That's hypocritical, right? Like, so you're obviously your buddies with I almost did it again, Asmodeus. So you're going to defend him. I get that. I understand that completely. I would expect nothing else. But the fact that you're saying if that word offended someone, then maybe we should just ban the whole dictionary. So if you yourself were offended by what he said, fuck your feelings, buddy. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it is what it is. Now it's a double standard. Now you're saying, you can't talk about somebody under 18, but you can call somebody the N-word 100 times and it's okay.
We know what the N-word stands for. It was brought up in the conversation of what the N-word stands for. We know what the dictionary says, and it was not used in that context. It was absolutely not used in that context.
Yeah, it's an uneducated person, essentially, and at no point was that brought up at all. Because I said you voted for a liberal.
Remember, the definition was brought up that it was an uneducated person. But in the context that he used it for the alternate definition of that word. Which
clearly, when I said you voted the person, I'm glad the person you voted for didn't win the election, and he said I didn't vote for that N-word. Right there, that just put the N-word on the platform that he wanted it on, and then he said he was dating a black girl. So that
let's get back to Tyler. So Tyler, we're not covering the you and Nick's drama. We're not going to squash you and Nick's beef on our podcast. That's not going to happen. Hamy's not going to allow it. I'm not going to allow it. We're not here to make you guys kiss and make up. You guys have to do that separately. We're not doing it here on this podcast. It's not happening. We're fucking unfiltered. We're not the fucking Find Your Love podcast. It's not going to happen.
Yeah,
I don't know.
The dating game.
Like, we're not doing that. So if you don't have anything relevant, do you want to talk about what happened in your segment, or do you have something that you want to cover in Asmodeus' segment?
I want to talk about something that happened in my segment.
All right.
And I feel like this got blown out of proportion and all that. And
are you saying that we covered something and blew it out of proportion, or are you saying that we covered it correctly?
No, not that. On my podcast on episode 5. It was blown way out of proportion and all that. I'm not a predator.
We have defended you all night.
And
did you ever listen to the song? Hammy actually sent it to you. Did you listen to the song?
Yes, I actually listened to
the part where it said that you are in the fire, but we still have your 6.
I said it to Asmodeus too, to be fair, that same night.
But did you hear that part of the song?
Yes,
so you fucked up, and was your portion as bad as what you thought it was going to be?
No, I didn't think it was going to be bad or
anything. No, you thought it was going to be bad. You asked me multiple times not to cover it. But was it as bad as what you thought it was going to be? We still backed you. We're still backing you right now, bud.
This is what this is all about, is to basically back you.
Asmodeus, I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm not going to read any more of your comments live. You can get home, get into the waiting room, and we will talk to you live. I'm to that point. I don't know if Hamy's to that point, and Hamy wants to keep. There you are. Who pulled him up? Put him back in the weight.
Oh,
put
no.
him no. Put him back in the waiting room. We're not ready yet. He can go back into the waiting
I'll
room.
scoot and go so you guys can have him in here. So
All right. No, we're not done with you. So continue to say what you were saying about your segment.
well, I mean that's all. I mean it was blown way out of proportion. I mean I shouldn't be called a pedo for what I said.
I 100% agree.
Yeah,
should-
no,
you shouldn't.
that's what we're defending you. We're trying to make sure that first off, if we got anything wrong in our assessment, that's why everybody involved is invited to come in here and clear the air. But what I don't want to happen is somebody to just think they're right. Like I right now I know that I'm right because I have the proof in front of me. Show me something.
Hold on, Hamy. Nick, do you have anything else?
Nope.
All right, bud. I'm going to drag you out. We'll catch you on the next one, man.
Just know that while what you did, and even the day that you joined the chat and you came in there, guns ablazing, and then posted your message about being a fuck around and find out person, to me it was comical, but at no point did I attack you. Did anybody in Squad Productions attack you? People in your own community or people that you surround yourself with attacked you. Or led you to believe that what you were thinking or feeling was right, and what you sent. I'm actually want to cover right now what you sent to Boogeyman, the whole unalived message. What led to that? I want it all out there. Like I think not only do I want it out there, but I think the people involved that are listening deserve
Asmodeus,
to know what happened.
We'll pull you up. It'll be a minute, but we're gonna pull you up.
I really think that
I want Tyler.
Because I don't know you.
I want Tyler in here for Asmodeus' section. I want them both in here at the same time.
Here with Asmodeus, so.
Just
trust me, I have the get the fuck out button.
Yeah,
so.
I promise you, we will mediate this conversation. But I want you in here for if anything gets directed at you, you can defend yourself. I want you here so you can defend your own self. This is your voice right here is fucking unfiltered. So be as unfiltered as you fucking want.
Yeah, don't be afraid to use the fuck word because we've been using that all night long. So let's call a spade here. You had me worried with when I so I went to bed that night, and when I woke up I had a message from and this is very candid. This is none of your fucking business. Even if people listen, this is none of your fucking business, but I'm going to put it out there because it's a fact. Boogeyman messaged me. He said, "Hammy, how do I become a member of the squad?" Well, I didn't see it. I woke up. There was a vote that took place. He became part of the squad. I support that vote 100%. And then there was also a message he posted right after that said there was a screenshot of your message. You know, the whole unaliving yourself thing.
You have
if at any point in life it comes to that, these people aren't your fucking friends. They're not your fucking friends.
His fucking silhouette, bro.
You know, it's a mutual acquaintance at best. That's not something to joke about, in my opinion, because like that's one that if you do it right the first time, there's no do-overs. It's over. Ball game. Family suffers. You don't care. You're dead. Doesn't matter. So when something like that happens, I think it needs to be like you need to bring it up. I understand you probably went through some shit like mentally dealing with the like back and forth. Are you going to host it here? You're going to host it over on Ace, South Coast Ace Productions? Are you going to do it yourself? You had these people in your ear, and then it just led to one shit show after another. Correct me if I'm wrong. Stop me if I'm wrong, because I don't think I am, and I don't know much about it. But I definitely did read all the posts, and I seen what happened, and I'm pretty convinced that I'm right. You were influenced. You were influenced by the people that surrounded you. I think you have a chance to make a podcast that's going to do something good. Just make sure you do it right. Don't launch it live because you're excited one day and you want to go live. Figure out what you want to do, put it into a bundle, and deliver it. Right? I honestly, thank God we're live, because that apology that Asmodeus gave you last Monday night into Tuesday morning Eastern time, I would love to be live on air that can't be rescinded. And there's so much that needs to happen here. So, anything you got to say, Tyler?
Hammy, you're killing me with
No.
this silhouette. I know we're having a serious conversation. It's literally matching up to you. Everything that you do, it matches up. The silhouette is perfect for you. Your energy, it is matched for your fucking energy. I'm trying to make light in a fucking serious conversation here while still being serious.
No, it needs to be like this. This is like obviously we could joke around, but this is a serious thing.
We have to have the joking. You already know that. We have to have the comedic.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Comedic relief. We have to have it. So I'm gonna, before Tyler interjects, Hammy, in my opinion, and we're all about unfiltered, uncut, controversial. I feel like offing yourself is the coward's way out. I have felt that way for a long time, that if you feel that anything makes you decide that you're going to take your own life, that you took the hard way out. And you said it earlier that if you did it, your family and stuff. And that's the thing, is you put that grief on your family. Your family now has to take on the responsibility of burying you, figuring out why you did it. Like, you put all of that pressure on your family, but you got you got off easy. You just got to go away. That's all you did. You got to go away.
Nothing.
You now put
yourself.
You now put your stresses on your family.
Right. Nothing in killing yourself is easy. You can go look up YouTubes of people that tried to kill themselves and failed, and now they're doing YouTube videos, and they look terrible. Like,
yes, Tater, I know. I wanted him there.
Give credit to these people that do it, but understand that if they had done it right, it's over. And the only people that deal with it are the people that care. Killing yourself is the most selfish thing you could do, because it's like, I don't give a fuck who cares about me. I'm going to kill myself. I'm just going to do it.
Yeah, Boogie.
Because you get caught up in the moment.
Exactly, Boogie. Think how I would feel if you did it after that message. So you sent him that message. Think how he would have felt. Like, if he would have responded, or if he didn't respond correctly and he was the reason for that. Imagine how he would have felt. Imagine that. And it's matching up with me now. Your fucking silhouette's matching up with me now. Fuck.
Good. I hope that's called karma. Or
yeah, it's matching back up with you, so it doesn't. Yeah, that's karma.
Yeah, it is what it is. Just know one thing, Tyler, that while you probably have some, you could probably adapt the way you deal with things in a better way. And you may no longer be part of Squad. You're still on a Squad Productions production right now, live.
We explicitly invited you. That was what did you? So that was my kind of one of my questions. Did you read your entire termination letter to the entirety, or did you just read that you were terminated and closed it and got pissed off?
I just saw the part I was terminated.
I kind of figured that. So you didn't see the part where I said that we would go to bat for you, and that that one episode we would continue to support you, and that we wished you the best, and that we would still all support you. We all still support you. We're here for you, dude. We're not going anywhere. We wouldn't be digging into this Admodius situation if we weren't going to bat for you. So
I 100% would have just went through a whole bottle of wine and 14 beers to sit and have this conversation because I feel like having this conversation.
do you have anything
think that-
you want to say, Tyler, before we bring Asmodeus up?
No.
Amy, you got anything? I know you were talking about your beer and
No,
And-
I
and
was
your
just gonna say
wine.
I have nothing but high expectations for what you could produce. Just make sure, like I said earlier, that you surround yourself with people that are going to support you, not people that want to be, maybe famous or maybe have a viral moment. Because right now, a bunch of people are getting a viral moment. If this is clipped, and it will be clipped, because I will clip it if I have to go back and listen to it. And anybody listen to this finds something funny, informative, clip it, send it to me directly, and it'll be posted on the Squad Productions YouTube channel tomorrow.
Oh, your silhouette's getting fucking posted. Someone's clipped it already. Me making fun of your silhouettes being clipped.
I'm just gonna say that, Asmodeus, when you come up here, Tater, also you're in the waiting room.
Tater's in the waiting room.
The very first thing that's going to happen is we're going to hash out this apology thing. That's non-negotiable. We're going to hash out whether that was a real apology or not, and then we're going to work our way up. So it's not, let's point fingers, let's come in and attack. We're trying to be rational and get the facts out there.
All right, hold on. Before we bring anyone up, we got Bryson commenting again. So without context, let me get this straight. Y'all threw him off your live stream or your live show, but bashing others for removing him. No, you're complete Bryson. The Bryson Kilcrease guy. No, you're completely missing
who got thrown off.
I'm assuming he's talking about Tyler, that we threw Tyler off the live show, but bashing others for removing him. So no, we canceled him, and I read his termination letter off earlier, and we removed him for valid reasons. It was nothing to do with episode 5. It was because there was a lack of performance. There's audience.
I think he's on drugs.
There's audience retention.
On drugs.
I'm thinking so. There's audience retention. There was a lack of content. Like I read it all. Oh yes, I just stated that I terminated Tyler. Yeah, you're correct. I did. I didn't do it because of episode 5. I did it from a business standpoint.
Tyler, who removed you from the Discord?
That's the thing.
What Discord?
This one.
Squad
Production Discord.
I left on my own.
Thank you.
Say that again, just so that
I
Bryson
left on my own.
Okay, that was not like a button that I could push that just had him say that.
Were you fired, terminated from Squad Productions because of episode 5?
No.
Thank you.
Oh,
okay.
Bryson,
there you go, Bryson.
Whatever pipe it is you're sucking on, you need to put down for a little bit.
Yeah, because I don't get you're not following. Anyways,
clearly,
let's pull Tyler or Tater up first before we pull up Asmodeus.
That part I feel bad because Asmodeus has been down there.
I don't give a fuck. We're pulling up a squad member before we're pulling up a member.
It's your call. You run the ship. You want me to pull him up so you don't have to?
Yeah, you're gonna have to pull anyone up.
What's up, Tater Tot?
Yo, Tater. All right. Bryson says now there's content or contents. All right. Glad you're following. Tater, his podcast. You know what, Tater? You can say it yourself. You're here. Welcome, Tater, host of, because he got so pissy earlier, host of Tater and a Beer.
I just had to bust your balls, BB. You know that.
What are you up here for, bud? You got an opinion on this? In what situation do you have an opinion on?
I have opinions on multiple situations.
Call them off.
First off, Tyler, I do genuinely believe you're a good guy, and you would make a great podcast host. in the future. Uh, what you've said or done, that it mean two fucks to me. I don't care. That whole shit on episode 5, man, it's a drop in the bucket, bro. It, there's a 3-year gap there. Who gives a damn? Who cares? Fuck them. People want to get mad at you, let them get mad at you. Nobody cares. Do you? On another note, the whole N-word thing, which has been brung up. That word, I know what it means in the dictionary. Everybody should know what that word means by the dictionary. But using that word, even if you use it in dictionary terms, it's not going to have good repercussions.
It's a very derogatory term. Nobody takes it by dictionary
I
terms.
dare anybody to come where I'm at and use it and expect it to be taken by dictionary terms. You will never say it again down here. I can promise you that.
Were you there, Tater? Just to clear it up, were you there that night that happened?
He was
I
not.
was not. I was not. I'm not claiming to be.
Okay, I'm just putting it out there as a point of fact.
Yeah, I was not. Never claimed to be. I don't know what's said. All I know is what I'm hearing from y'all. And that word, yes, you could have meant it by its dictionary meaning, and no harm, no foul could have been meant. But
Hang on, Tater. So Bryson,
Who's the one that started this?
So-
Yeah, I was about to cover that too. Who's the
Bryson,
one that started this?
we technically have the man that started it up here. We have Tyler. He was the start. And we're going to have Asmodeus up here momentarily. As soon as Tater is done, we are going to have Asmodeus up here, and we're going to finish off this coverage before we end the podcast. Believe me, stay with us.
I do have one question for Tyler. And he can tell me the truth or he can lie to me. It doesn't matter either way. The whole suicide thing, Tyler, was that said?
Let's not use the S
Was
word.
that
I think we're far enough in that we can get away with it. But
Yeah, you're probably right. Let's use off ourselves though, or
okay?
something of that
BB.
nature.
My bad, brother. So the off yourself comment was that said out of true feelings? Were those feelings true, or was it said as a oh pity me type deal?
I said it out of anger and all that.
did you actually mean that though, or was it
No,
just something
I
you
didn't
typed?
actually mean it.
Okay, so for any snowflake, I just want to cover this real quick. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off there, Tater, but for any snowflake in the audience, just know that if you listen long enough to know where we're at in this conversation, he did it as an impulse decision, or what some people in law enforcement might call a heat of the moment thing, like a heat of the moment crime, which does not make it okay and it does not justify it. Go ahead, you're good.
As Hammy said, you did it heat of a moment. Doesn't make it okay. Doesn't justify it. I'm not gonna beat a dead horse. But as they said earlier, man, that is not a comment you make in the heat of the moment. That is one that is taken seriously by a bunch of people, me included. I know people that have done it. I've heard of people I know who have people close to them that's done it. It's not. There's other things you can use besides that, and I'm it kind of disappointed me that you would, I guess, so-called stoop to that level in the heat of the moment. It kind of disappointed me because I thought a lot more of you than that. I really did. I thought that you held yourself to a higher standard than to snoop to that level. And feel free, Tyler, to chime in at any time, brother. I'm not. I mean,
Let's go ahead and
defend
pull
defend
Asmodeus.
yourself.
Let's go ahead and pull Asmodeus up. He's been in the waiting room. We'll wait to cover it, but let's at least get him out of the waiting room, I guess.
All right, I'm pulling
Oh,
off.
All right, Asmodeus, you're live on air, but hold tight. We'll be right with you.
but yeah, Tyler, dude. I think you're a great guy, man. I really do. But think before you speak, brother. Like, seriously. Think before you speak, or think before your fingers get to going on that keyboard. And if you want to cuss me out, that's fine. You can. I'll take it and deal with it. That's whatever.
I guess moral of the story, Tyler, is regardless how you feel, there are still people that care about you. Whether or not you've crossed them the wrong way, there are still people that care about you.
What I gathered out of that was if Tyler felt that way, he could have reached out to Tater, and Tater would have had a conversation with him, and could have given him some reassurance of probably why life is better than the other option. If he would have truly felt that way.
Here's where we get to create content right now. Tyler, the floor is yours. Say what you have to say, one way or the other. Cuss them out, thank them, say what you got to say about BB. Cuss me out, thank me, do what you got to say about me.
I'm good.
All right, so like there's no ill, like I could tell you personally, there's no ill will towards you, and I hope for the best for you. If you feel the opposite about me, I accept it. That's
Same here.
what it is. That's what it is to be a fucking adult.
Same here. And
Like,
yes,
yeah,
Tyler, and yes, Tyler, if you'd actually felt that way, man, by all means, if you ever feel that way, please, please, for the love of God, message me and let me know. And I will be more than happy to join a VC nobody else can join. I'll create one in my Discord that only me and you can join. I'll give you my phone number, whatever. But if you truly, genuinely ever feel that way, you make me your first call, and me and you will have a talk.
Okay.
Because I got your back, brother. 100%. Yeah, you may have done some things that pissed me off, but you know what? A lot of people have done things to piss me off.
goddamn right. You think your whole life you didn't piss off your mommy and daddy, but they still had your back? Like, that's how I look at it. Like, you're gonna work. Me and BB. God, if there was a fucking movie written about it, that would be probably a
man.
box office seller.
We need to cover our own drama. We ain't done. We need to cover our own drama. Have we do we need to do that? Does the audience want to hear BB and Hamy's drama?
Maybe we should.
It's a lot, but BB and Hamy have hashed it out behind closed doors. But
there's a lot of he said, she said that happens in this world. But the last thing that matters is what you think.
We're open door at this point.
Don't mean nothing. Yeah, like
Hamy wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't for both of us reaching out to each other. We've had constant communication in that time frame that Hamy has been saying. Of he went 6 months without talking to me. I went 6 months without talking to him. We would just message each other randomly, and then it got us brought back to here. We're back to being bros, and we're here. We're live.
Sometimes what you have to do is you have to just let people get over it.
You just got to let bygones be bygones.
Right, like you can't if somebody says something ill about you, you can't just immediately say something bad about them. You just got to let it go.
And believe me, we both said ill shit about each other.
Oh, 100%.
Believe me.
Yeah, like some of it was very personal too.
On both sides.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I don't regret a single word I said because I still think I'm right. And
Neither
I doubt he regrets.
Yeah, I was fixing to say
nothing he said.
Have you heard I'm sorry?
No, I never apologized to you a single time.
Yeah, well, you still haven't apologized to me either. Until you apologize to me, let's keep this fucking show going.
Well, I guess you better pull up a stool and fill your refrigerator up because it's gonna be a while.
When you fucking say I'm sorry and I say I'm sorry, then we'll fucking apologize, or we'll fucking we'll cancel this show. That's what's gonna happen when we both apologize to each other. This show will be canceled.
Yeah, no,
because at that point we're not unfiltered.
Well, apparently,
Tater,
apologies are like assholes.
Tater, you got anything else that you want to say?
I mean, I've said my piece.
You want to shout yourself out, so I ain't got to do it at the end of this podcast, but I'm going to do it anyways.
Oh yeah, let me do it. Let me do it. I got this. Hold on.
I'm gonna leave that to Hammy since it was his idea in the first place.
Ooh.
Whoa! Wait!
This might go bad. You might want to be here for this.
Did this motherfucker just call our podcast scripted? You knew something I didn't.
No,
hold on, you didn't know. You
scripted.
didn't. You knew something I didn't know. You were gonna do something under your sleeve that I didn't know.
You said it yourself, BB.
No, I said
idea.
no. He wanted us to post it in the Discord of our schedules, but at the end of every podcast, we were going to give the shout out to the next podcast that was going to be aired.
Well, see, it was his idea.
What days is your podcast going live?
He's going live tomorrow.
It's every other Saturday that the two drunks are on. So
yeah,
the
fucking
Saturdays that the two drunks are on.
He took the lime spot. What if we wanted to go live 2 weeks in a row? What the hell?
Here you go. Join in to Tater and a Bottle of Water every 2 weeks, Saturday, live on the Squad Productions YouTube channel.
I love it. I love it. That right. It couldn't have been said no better by anybody else.
Oh,
that was right off the top too.
Yeah, get my fucking voice. Is it a bad time to tell you, Tater? You owe him at least $100 for what he just did.
That's $100 right there.
Like even though he got your name wrong, he got Tater right. That was the only part he got right, but. You still owe him for his time.
Tater, welcome to Tater and a Bottle of Water. No, that sounds about right. That's what I read.
That's about right.
Yeah, he doesn't even drink beer on his podcast. What the fuck?
You know what, baby? That
a boy, tall ass flipped it. You know what to do, buddy.
All right, Tater, I'm gonna drag you out. Or you know what? All right, rebuttal. What do you have?
You know what? We should take that clip that tall ass done and put it in my intro.
Oh, it's gonna be a YouTube short tomorrow.
Oh, that too. Put it as YouTube short and put it in my intro, please God.
We're having
a parental advisor. Here you go. The views expressed live on this podcast are done by a sober man drinking a bottle of water, pretending it's beer. Welcome to a Tater and a Beer.
There we go.
Yes. Now you got your fucking name. Now you got your fucking name right. That's about how that fucking goes. Tater, we are having a squad meeting here soon to kind of talk about how all the shows are doing and all of that. Oh my God. Still
fucking COVID, man. Get a shot. Go get your Fauci ouchie.
I still have to fuck that.
Hammy, he's got the bubonic.
Yeah, I still have the fucking plague. I still have the plague.
This motherfucker ain't drank enough beer. That's the problem.
Dude,
I'm still alive.
I'm on like fucking number 7 or 8. Anyway,
I
fucking Hunter
literally
done
drank a
clipped
whole
that shit.
bottle of wine and 8 beers. Get on my level.
Newsflash:
'Cause-
The Unfiltered is proven to be scripted by 2 drunken squirrels jumping up and down a typewriter and seeing what
And
comes out.
Neither one of them found their nuts yet.
Oh,
shots fired. No, not shots fired.
Oh,
Tater, it was good having you on here, bud. I appreciate I appreciate you giving your input. I know it was a serious conversation to have. You're welcome back on Unfiltered whenever you want, man. Just join the waiting room.
No, you got to get your agent in charge with my agent, and I'll get my agent in charge with BB's agent, and we'll figure it out.
Yeah,
sounds good.
It's bad because BB's all of you agents.
In other words, just join the waiting room. We'll pull you up.
Yep.
All right, Tater,
All right,
you
well,
want me to
in that
drag you
case-
out, or you gonna do it yourself?
I'm gonna do it myself. It's been good being here, Tyler. Just remember what I said, brother. I'm here if you need me.
Love you, bye.
Adios.
Yeah, get the fuck out. What are you doing? You're dicking the dogs here.
All right, Asmodeus. I would tell you
First step.
I would tell you I'm sorry for making you wait for so long, but I'm really not because I was the director behind all of you waiting for so long. So I'm not sorry for that.
Hold on. No. This is where Bill or Hammy. I just did it
Oh,
myself.
you
Damn
did it yourself.
This is where I get to confront you, man to man again.
And this isn't gonna be I'm gonna be the mediator in
Nope,
this.
nope.
It's not
definitely
gonna
be
it's not gonna be confrontational.
This is where I get to say I'm sorry that you had to wait so long.
Oh wait,
Um,
you did what I did.
Yeah,
The fuck?
because I'm the
You're the
asshole and you're not.
Oh, we're playing. Wait, no, I'm the asshole and you're not.
It's good cop, bad cop.
Well, you're reversing the role.
Yeah, well, I didn't get the script in time, so here we go. We're just doing it. But anyway, let's just get right to what I said. That apology, Tyler's still here. That apology you gave him, are you willing to do that live right now on YouTube?
To show us where it's live. Show us live
No.
where it's at in the Discord.
no,
I
no,
want to see
I
that the
don't wanna-
message is
I don't-
still posted.
Yeah,
I know what you're
no,
saying.
no,
I get what you're saying. I get what
ahead of myself.
Yep, I'm sorry. I get what you're saying.
You're getting ahead of myself here.
I get what you're saying.
The apology you gave him that was pretty much man to man, except for it was ear to ear and there was a couple people in there. Are you willing to do that live right now? Anybody got the Jeopardy music? Do 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 do
Well-
do do do.
Asmodeus, are you there?
No, he can't talk. No,
He-
that's Tyler. He can talk.
Let me make sure.
Do I
So
have to insult you?
he
and
said,
call you something
"Give me a
different?
minute." Trying to fix his push to talk. Do you have push to talk in this channel? It should be open mic. You should. If you don't have open mic, I'll make it to where you have open mic. Unless you just rather talk on push to talk,
How in the hell everybody else was able to talk straight away?
because he has certain rules. Yeah, I gotta lock my keybinds. Okay. So while we're waiting on Asmodeus and we've had some comedic relief, Tyler, we're gonna go back to you for a minute.
Well, hold on. You want to hear a dirty joke?
Go ahead.
Guy fell in mud.
Knock knock. Who's there?
Bing bong. Sorry, I'm not home right now. Please leave a message and I'll get you home when I get to it.
I'm waiting on the joke. Fucking tell me the joke.
Oh, it was a dirty joke. A guy fell in the mud. You want to hear a clean joke? He took a shower.
So, Tyler, back to you for a moment while we're waiting for Asmodeus to get his life together. Hearing that Squad Productions is taking up for you as much as they have taken up for you, and that this was not as bad as what you thought it was going to be, what are your opinion? What is your opinion?
I mean, I don't have any opinions, to be honest.
Wait, what?
He doesn't have any assholes, is what he just said.
No,
Because
I'm just
opinions
my
are
question
like
is,
assholes, so he has no opinions.
right, but Tyler, you understand we just spent the last 2.5 hours,
Go ahead and tell us your
literally
construction joke, Tater.
in the batter's box for you. Do you think that you overreacted? Was the information you give to other people misleading?
Yes, I overreacted and all that.
Well, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Like I like you can't just say what I say and then say it back to me.
So I can tell you this, Tyler. Tyler, I can tell you this.
Tyler.
Yeah, Tyler. I can tell you this. Squad production.
Tighter in a fucking paper towel. That's a new. Jesus.
So Tyler, I can tell you this. Squad Productions will be watching your new podcast. You've given it out. Squad Productions will be watching it.
Not in a negative way. We're going to be watching as supporters.
Yes, exactly. And if your podcast, if you can get your podcast standards back up, we will bring it back to a vote to bring you back over here under Squad Productions.
Unless of course you align yourself with Turncoat Judas, then it's done.
Oh man, why are you bringing up shit that he might not know about? Why are you doing this to the man?
I'm just saying, like, if you align yourself with people that don't support your cause and are only in there for their own, well, then you're on your own. But I'm still gonna watch it probably as long as the first 2 episodes are decent.
Dude,
I mean, I Shadows is my co-host, so.
Well, you ought to invite Goose Knife on it too. That ought to really bump up the views.
I'm
sorry, that was too far.
We're taking jabs. You're taking jabs. I'm curious how it's gonna go, Tyler. Because you're putting two people in that don't have energy, and this is just constructive feedback. You're putting two people together that have no energy. And by that is that both of you depend on other people to have energy. So now that you put two people that don't have any energy together, there's going to be no energy inside of that podcast. And Hammy might get what I'm getting at there is you don't talk a whole lot. You're in a shell and somebody has to bring you out of your shell. And I've done that personally. I've brought you out of a shell on your own podcast. I've brought you out of shells. And then you have Shadows that is also in a shell that only speaks when spoken to. So how are you going to run a podcast? And this is a serious question. How are you going to run a podcast with two people that only speak when spoken to?
I don't know. I gotta talk to Shadows about that, but
you got to good
right
premise.
off the jump. Right off the jump, the concept, if it was pitched to, okay, let's be fair. I had a podcast that streamed live on 7 different networks: Apple Music, Google Play. There was a very big jump that had to happen in order for that to take place. And one of those jumps is if you're doing 30 minutes, like this is legit. Like this is something that if you want to become big and one of these podcast plays takes it up, something you have to consider is if you're going to do let's just call it a 1 hour podcast. That 1 hour podcast has to be about something. Right? And then they're going to say, all right, you're going to talk about this. Well, let's talk about why do eggs come from chickens? and they're the only. I think they're the only thing that's considered a mammal that hatches from an egg. Everything
Ducks.
else is ducks too. Okay, so I guess any bird, but let's just say the premise is. Let's just say.
Lays eggs.
Hold on.
Wait,
What?
hold on. What was that?
Yeah,
I said a platypus lays eggs, and that's considered a
can I
mammal.
say something?
all right. Yep. Okay. Yeah, he made a valid point there, Hammy. You're wrong.
No,
Yeah,
that's right.
All right. What do you
Go
got?
ahead.
What
No,
do you
you're
have,
good,
Tyler? We know.
Well, I mean,
Asmodeus
I
can
don't
speak
know
now.
I don't know anyone other than Shadows. He likes sports, but I don't know anyone else who likes.
We're not asking you to get a new co-host. We're
Okay.
Oh yeah, no.
like don't think that we're not asking you to get a
No.
new co-host. We're not telling you that.
That's completely your
Yeah,
decision.
yeah.
All I'm saying is if you're gonna host a podcast, like I said earlier, make sure it's relevant. Make sure it's something that somebody's gonna want to watch. Don't alienate the audience to let's just talk about the Colorado Rockies. Right, like the baseball team, or God damn it, didn't earlier I say what's their name, and I said the Colorado Bat Swingers, and
Yep.
I just said their name.
You've got a good premise, Tyler. 100%. You've got a good premise. You know what you want to talk about.
I've seen like different sports podcasts, and they talk about the Broncos and all that.
Right, but that's only local. Think about like I'm a Miami Dolphins fan. Why would I tune into your podcast?
You
if
gotta
you're not talking about something that's relevant to me.
You've got to think at this point, Tyler. So like you're live on air with Squad Productions. We're not local. We're not national. We're worldwide. And
my goal is to hurt your feelings and hope you accept it.
So when I say we're worldwide, you're like, man, you only have 165 subscribers. How are you worldwide? I have a Polish kid that watches that. He's in Poland, so that makes me worldwide. I have an Australian guy that watches. That makes me worldwide, right, Hammy? I mean, technically, at 160 fucking subscribers, I know 2 of my subscribers are at opposite ends of the fucking world.
I have an itty bitty, super itty bitty ass YouTube channel.
Is it possible we can get to the whole apology thing?
No, we're getting there. Just give me 2 seconds here to cover this because we're talking about who's watching
really
what.
Getting tired and all that right now.
I mean, that's.
I mean,
that's fine. But I put out a video, a YouTube short less than 6 hours ago, and it already has almost 5,000 views. So the fact that you could create a
Polly, we got
something
you.
and make something out of it. But yeah, let's get to this. So Asmodeus, and I'm glad that finally I'm able to actually call you by what your name was, because during this you got to understand that you were sent to me as like the second coming of me, and I was excited.
His fucking silhouette's still matching up with him.
And it really kind of still bugs me that it turned into what it did, but the moral of that whole argument that took 2 hours for some reason was about Tyler. We have people that were in our YouTube chat that said you posted it in a fake YouTube channel. So let's get to the meat on the bones. First off, you're live on YouTube. You and Tyler, you and Tyler, go ahead and hash it out. Was that apology real? Was it not real? Hash it out. Do what you got to do.
Yes, the apology to Tyler was real. The post was made in a real Discord. It was made in Blue Collar Gaming.
Blue Collar Gaming.
It's got about 50 people in it currently.
Are you willing to apologize to Tyler live on air? Because Tyler wasn't there when you made the apology. The conversation wasn't recorded. Will you give Tyler an apology tonight?
I can, yeah.
Or are you willing to do that? Do you think your apology is going to be sincere?
And yeah, with that being said, you got to understand, Asmodeus, is when you were brought into that conversation, you were painted as the bad guy. So I approached you as the bad guy. You said a lot of N words that probably shouldn't have been said. We can cover that if you want to. But the moral of the story at the end of the day was you called me a motherfucker one time, which kind of got me a little excited. And then you apologized to Tyler in that voice channel. And then you made a post that you shared your screen, which that screenshot that was shared on this live stream was made from. You were accused of posting that in a fake channel. The guy now, who in which Discord you said was posted in, was just live in this Discord, on this podcast 30 minutes ago and brought no mention of that post up. So first off, go ahead and apologize if you really mean it, so we can squash this bullshit and move on with our lives.
Only
And
apologize if you really mean it. Because if you don't really mean it, then we want to know why you don't mean it. So, like, no matter what, you have a question. So it's either you can do it and apologize and be sincere, or you can say, I'm not going to apologize, and tell us why you don't want to apologize. Like, we're not forcing you into an apology. If you don't want to apologize, then tell Tyler why you don't want to apologize.
And let's just put this out there that Asmodeus, you joined this channel on your own free will, based off an invitation to come in here and do what you got to, or say what you got to say. This is live. We can't edit this. We can't remove what you say. This is live.
That's why we're unfiltered.
It will be clipped and it will be shared. So make sure that whatever is said is something that you stand by, because it will be part of your whatever legacy at some point. Like, it will be tied to you unless you change your name, obviously. But
persona,
I guess, yeah, you can call it that. So first off, Tyler, you know what, Asmodeus, I don't mean to be a dick here, but I'm going to be a dick because I have to be. Tyler, Asmodeus is here.
Okay.
What do you have to say to him about what led up to last Monday? Because you're the victim, in my opinion.
I mean, all of it's just bullshit. I mean, I'm just saying, all of it's bullshit.
Do you care to elaborate a little bit on why it's bullshit? Tell him why it's bullshit.
Yeah, I want to know why it's bullshit. What happened that led it to be bullshit?
You called me a pedo, and that's what pissed me off. And I mean, there's no reason to call someone a pedo because of someone saying that in a podcast.
You don't have to feel afraid, Tyler, at this point. You can say what it is.
Say whatever you want.
You can say what it is. You can say what it is. It was your celebrity crush. You can say that. Like, you don't have to just call it episode 5 at this point. Everyone knows what episode 5 is. We played the clip.
Yes.
We all reacted to the clip.
Mhm.
The chat reacted to the clip. Bill or Hammy and I, there I go.
That's 3.
Hammy and I reacted to the clip. I'm Bronson, by the way, guys. In case you guys didn't know, I'm Bronson, but I go by BB. Just to be on the same level as him.
All right, I'll take one away. That's 2.
All right, Tyler. We had some comedic relief just for a split sec.
Okay. I'll let Asmodeus go.
All right.
All right, and first off, Asmodeus, I do not apologize for calling you ass monster over and over again the other night. I just want to put that out there, that because your name was so confusing, I don't apologize to it. And also, I don't apologize if I said anything that offended you, but I do want to hear your side of the story.
Well, I don't really get offended, so people have said worse to me.
But y'all now see, but y'all did get offended because you canceled Tyler, so you did get offended. So you can't say you don't get
Like I
offended.
said, I'm not the one that canceled Tyler out of that. Like I said, people have their own opinions on Tyler. I can't change other people's opinions.
Is there
I'm not
any?
even the one that
Do
showed
do you have any
the
proof
clip.
tonight?
Hold on, BB. Let him go here because I feel like at some point if he's sincere and this is all just us blowing it out of proportion,
Yeah.
and I don't think it
Yep.
is. It'll come out in the laundry.
Asmodeus, before you continue, this is not made out to make you look like a bad guy. This is just us covering Discord drama, and we're going to cover all of the facts. We had certain screenshots. We've covered all of it. Apparently, you've been watching. You were commenting.
Yeah, no, he's seen it. He's seen everything that was put out against him. That's why he's here, and plus probably some of his like Bryson and all them that were watching.
You had people
probably
defending
sent
you.
him.
You had people defending you tonight. I'll give you that.
And they were also invited into this channel to do the same thing that you can do right now, live. Defend it. Nick, for God's sakes, came in here and tried to defend you, and then just shook his head once he was presented with the option of, do you trust what he said or do you not? And he's like, You can look back on it. It was there when that question was brought up. He shook his head.
Nick played
in
the
his
field.
dark ass room.
Nick played the field. He didn't disagree with either of you.
Right, but it was kind of a thing like when I said to Nick was, if you were me and I was you and this was brought up or this was said, would you treat the situation differently? And that's all I'm asking here is that if you're willing to go on that hilltop, are you willing to die on that same hilltop? Because a week ago, last Monday, Tuesday night, well, not really. I think prior to that, you were willing to die on that hilltop. But when we got in that conversation and it wasn't recorded and it wasn't live, you weren't willing to die on that hilltop because you apologized to Tyler. You made the post in the Discord. It was me attacking you is what it was. You threw out the N-word a lot.
The floor
So did I.
The floor is back to you, Asmodeus.
Yeah, I want to know if that apology meant something. If it did, then go ahead and deliver it to the man that's in the Discord.
Yes, the apology to Tyler was sincere. That
Okay,
I didn't mean that.
can you apologize to him live then now that we have it?
Well, Tyler, I am sorry that this got blown out of proportion. So
It's okay.
Can you show us screenshots of responses to your at everyone on that?
didn't even get responses.
What was the outcome? Is Tyler still allowed back in the Discord? Is he banned, or what's the outcome?
That's what I was about to ask.
I didn't hear what Tyler just said. If he said anything,
I didn't say anything.
I think he accepted your apology. I'm pretty sure. Did you accept the apology, Tyler?
Yes, I accepted his apology.
That's what I thought I heard. So you said there were no responses.
No, there wasn't any responses. I did speak to a few of the people, because everybody in that Discord I know personally. We're all friends. But I talked to them. They personally don't want it back because they have their opinions on it. So there's nothing I can do to change that.
And this was all done in VC. There's no messages that can be shown that they don't want him back.
This was done in person because when we were all working.
Oh, so it's someone that works at the same job as you.
Yeah, mostly everybody in there does, except for like 4 or 5 people.
So these people that you were, and to give context, you said there were people working during the conversation. These are people that actually work with you.
Yes.
When you said you couldn't get a hold of them.
What's the name of your Discord?
It's called Blue Collar Gaming.
Don't join that one. Because they're not diplomatic or democratic. Don't join
Actually, that's false on that one.
it. No, it's not. It's not. It 100% is not.
Yeah,
Because if
no.
you just,
Hold on, Hammy. Hold on. So another question. You're an admin inside of that group. You're one of the top dogs.
Moderator. I don't have much say in that Discord.
So you can't bring things to a vote. You don't. Can you vote on stuff?
Oh yeah, yes I can.
Can moderators vote on that stuff?
Yes, even normal people can vote on things.
So can you bring it to a poll to let Tyler back? Will the community vote on that? And
Most of the community doesn't even know Tyler. Only a few of them do.
Would the community be able to vote on that if you created a poll, or would they take your poll down?
would you be willing to put that poll out
What?
with all
right.
the whole context?
Hold on, Hammy. We got Bryson again. What do Democrats have to do with the Discord? We didn't say Democrats. We said democratic.
Democratically.
Or a democracy, and that's where you get to vote and say, here's my opinion, and vote on it. And that's how we canceled Rocky Mountain Podcast, is we brought it to a vote, and people got to vote on it, and once it hit majority, and if it would have hit minority, so like if majority would have been negative and minority was positive, then he wouldn't have got canceled. But majority immediately hit, and you have to take the poll down. Like that's
Sorry, Bronson.
How that
now
works.
We're 1-1. But I feel like that was just putting the water over the seed. You couldn't have said you're a Democrat without saying you're a Democrat, except for asking why do Democrats get blamed for something.
Anyways.
What? Yeah.
So
there was at no point did anybody say anything about a Democrat. It was democracy and handling things democratically.
Can you bring that to a poll? And we're not asking you to share your screen and do it again tonight, we had you do it.
To be completely honest, it'll probably be taken down if I put that up.
So
like I said, other people have their opinions on it.
How many of the admins are there versus you? That's another question.
There's 4 admins in there.
And is that including the moderators, or is that just...
No, that's just the admins.
So how many moderators do they have inside of that Discord?
That would be... There's 8 of them.
Holy fuck, there's only 50 members. And you're telling me there's fucking 14?
Because of it's 8 because those are the people, most of the people that work with us all the time.
So, but you're telling me out of the 50 people, 14 of you have an admin role?
I didn't set it up that way, so
that's a whole fucking... I tell you what to do, and you don't tell me what to do.
75% or greater in charge.
What the fuck, bro?
Right, but it's
so
I could moderators that would take the poll down. It's
the administrators.
Yes, and the people that have their opinions on Tyler would probably take it down. I can say whatever I want to try to help Tyler.
So I'm going to throw...
Why don't you just leave the Discord?
So I'm going to throw... we're not even asking him to do that.
No, I'm just saying, like, if it doesn't align with something you believe in, then why stick around with it? Why be a part of it? Right? Like, why put yourself in a position that puts you where we're at right now?
So, Bryson, I'm going to stop reading your comments. I'm going to read this last one, but after that, you comment, and if it doesn't pertain or you can't be smart enough, and it's not taking a dig at you, I don't know who you are. I haven't talked to you. I don't know if you have any type of disability. I don't know, but I'm going to stop reading your comments because you look real stupid right now.
Yeah, straight from the man himself. So
straight from the man himself with an arrow pointing up. I don't understand what you're saying. We continue to give you context and we continue to tell you what we meant, and that's not what we're about. We're not going to continue to justify what the fuck we're talking about. It's not going to happen.
Especially if you can't be clear enough in your post and you just make little smart ass comments like,
Like
What do Democrats have to do with Discord?
I hate to tell
They
you,
don't. They're-
but we know what the fuck we're talking about.
Yeah, there's proof. The guy that was directly affiliated with the bullshit is in this chat right now. You're speaking way out. Tyler told you to stop. No, he didn't. When? Tyler,
Stop-
did you tell us to stop?
Stop reading his comments.
This guy's retarded.
No, I didn't tell.
Sorry,
Mo-
Tyler. I know you got a
anyone
learning
to
disability.
stop.
I'm
I
talking
just
about Bryson.
told
He's
him
clearly
to
retarded.
Stop bringing this up. and all that.
Tyler, Bryson, if you're a subscriber, please go unsubscribe and go kick rocks, buddy. You're a fucking clown.
Hold on. Let's do one better. Moderating mount. Let's just do that. Moderating mount.
Yeah, he's an idiot. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Time him out for the rest of the night. I'm done with him.
Clearly an idiot. He's just posting just so his stuff is back to back to back. But he's not saying anything that's relevant. He's not saying anything that's context to key. He's just posting stuff out. Oh, what do Democrats have to do with it? Nothing, because you don't pay attention. You heard the word democracy and went to Democrat because you're a Democrat. That's what you guys do.
Fucking A. Making fun of your friends. All right, I'm going to moderate him out myself.
I got it right now. He got to go.
Hide user own channel. Boom, he's gone.
Yeah, he's a fucking idiot. Are you friends with him?
I don't know which one of you are friends with him.
He's an idiot. You need to pick better friends.
I just said Zimmerman. Whoops.
I think it's better not to have views than have views like that. Not that we're a conservative podcast or anything, but good Lord, like this dude is just well informed. He's listening to it live and still saying wrong stuff. He's an idiot. Sorry, Tyler, if this word offends you, but he's retarded. He doesn't have the facts. He's trying to defend, I can only assume, you, Asmodeus, but he's doing it wrong. He's looking like a fool. What a clown, man. Seriously, what a clown. This is what you get. You want me to be on a podcast, this is what you get. Unfiltered. This dude needs to go see a doctor and see if his brain's wired correctly.
Dude's got fucking problems. So there's
Am I okay to leave?
no, you're not. But if you would like to leave, we're not forcing you to stay here. If you would like to leave, you can leave. Just gonna put that out there. I would like for you to stay because this pertains to you. But if you don't, it's up to you.
I'll stay.
So there's more admins than there are members, is what we were getting at. And you said that you can go to bat for him, but it's not going to matter. And we said that there's not a democracy there. You can put a poll, but your poll's pretty much going to be taken down. At this current point, you've apologized to Tyler, and I know that you don't agree with the law. Do you still not agree with the law, or are you going to back Tyler at this point? What is your viewpoint on that? I understand a little bit of your background that you have dealt with SA, and we're going to leave it at we're going to leave it at SA, and that's what we're going to call it. In your own family. Are you still not going to back Tyler? I'm not asking you to back him. If you disagree with it, you disagree with it. Let's talk about why you disagree with it. You apologized to him, and you said you meant it. But let's talk about the other part of it with what was said. Do you agree with what was said?
What Tyler said was taken out of context. kind of thing because I didn't watch the entire podcast, but I know but I didn't.
You were live on the podcast.
Yeah, so
Well, yeah, no. I what he said, yes, was, and I do agree, it was taken out of context, and we were joking around about it on the podcast. You know,
so you agree that afterwards it was taken out of context. So you don't think
yes,
that it was relevant to your life story. I don't want you to release what happened to you in life or what happened to one of your loved ones in life, but it doesn't. What happened with him doesn't pertain to you.
the situation was kind of similar. That's why it pissed me off, and like I said, I'm not going to go into that.
Yeah, I don't want you
but
to. I don't want you to go into that.
no. But it did have to do with with a state that the laws were the age of consent was under 18, and pretty it pretty much to say the long story short is the other guy lied about apparently about the about the consent thing with the other party, and the the courts pretty much ruled with the other party. So because there was no proof, and it was a whole big court battle.
Who is Bryson? Does anybody have his like? Is he part of somebody's Discord? Who's Bryson?
Bryson's a friend of mine. Don't you know?
Don't what? Don't take what he says seriously.
Sure.
Do you condone what he said in the chat that we had to remove?
I mean, hey, freedom of speech. He can say whatever he wants.
Oh,
But
well, yeah. Well, then why are we having this conversation? Because Tyler had the freedom of speech. So let's don't beat a dead horse here.
Bryson wasn't speaking facts. Like he wasn't even reading context, and reading comprehension apparently wasn't a strong feat of Bryson's. And we don't just ban people or like take away people's freedom of speech in the chat until it gets to a point that okay, it's not that you're going against what we're saying, it's just you don't make sense. So is that normal for him? That he just doesn't make sense when he talks?
Yeah. Is that normal? That he just talks without like he's the guy that walks, farts, picks up his fart and smells it to see if it was his. Like, is that what happened? Because all he was doing was talking shit. None of that was fact. None of what he said was fact. He was too ignorant. He's been listening to this sumbitch for well over an hour and a half. And nothing he said was context in the key. He was just there saying shit, probably trying to defend you, all the while making you look bad because he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. I get it. Y'all are in a probably a text chat right now, but at the same time,
So
look, man, I called you ass monster a bunch of times. I'm gonna give you I'm gonna show you a little dignity right now. I'm gonna call you Asmodeus. Sometimes your friends aren't your fucking friends. People that you think you can trust on the internet, not so much. He's probably one of them. And if he has something to say, we're not going to go because we've already been going for almost 3 hours. So we got to get the fuck off of here.
we've been going for almost 4 hours.
Yeah, almost 4 hours. But if he's willing to jump into a VC after and try to defend himself, I'm all for it.
So
but at the same time, he's I'm going to give you my honest opinion. He's an idiot, and anything he says you shouldn't trust because he's clearly a one-sided ball in a ping pong table that has two paddles.
Asmodeus, was there anything covered that you felt that wasn't factual on your side of the story? Is there anything that you want to get off your chest that we just covered that you don't think was covered correctly?
Well, I know people are saying apparently I'm the one that started the whole thing about, you know, pushing the narrative about Tyler. I
Is
had nothing to do with that.
is there proof that you didn't? Because there's more proof that you did than you didn't.
I mean, where's the proof that I did? Because I
You-
didn't.
It's called it's called context. Which is what we talked about
had
earlier.
a message with BB that called him a 99% pedophile.
Yeah,
That was
just because I said it does not mean I'm pushing the narrative. People have their own opinions
But
on Tyler.
so there's only one message, and the message between me and you, and so that's what gave us the narrative that you started it. Is there any other way for us not to have that narrative that you didn't start it? You say that people watch the video, and
People have their own opinions on what happened.
but
Well,
it was
okay,
no,
no, you're-
it was normal.
You're right.
It was normal
Can I
viewership.
say something?
It was normal
You're-
viewership on that video. As
You're right.
let's let Tyler talk, I guess, for a sec.
But hold on, you're right up until the point where you had to make a post that said you were wrong,
So,
and we have that. But go ahead, Tyler.
so you said on Monday, or we talked on Monday, I think, or what, I don't know what day it was.
So
but
hold on, y'all
you-
talked the same day that we hashed this shit out.
No, not me and him, but no.
Me and
The whole
you.
group of us.
Yeah, the whole group of us. on that
Okay.
day. I forgot what day it was, but he said that other people got sent the video, and like, how do we know that other people got sent the video? But
Who sent it? That's what we're
Yeah,
trying
who
to
sent
figure
it?
out. That's what we're trying to figure out.
Even I can't tell you that because I don't know who sent it.
Well, it was either you or Bryson. Clearly.
Well, it wasn't Bryson, wasn't me. There's other people that had the link to the video because it was easy to find it. People could just look it up,
Is there
and there were people that watched it.
is there any other way before Hammy and I move on? Because literally, this is going to be behind us after we end this with you guys. This is going to be behind us, and we're not going to cover Tyler or Asmodeus anymore, unless you guys just happen to come back on as guests. That's the only way you guys will be covered ever again. Is there anything that you want to say, Asmodeus, to defend yourself, or that you just want to put out to the public in general?
I really have no issues with Tyler. Like I said, it was brought out, it was taken out of proportion. I admit that. You know, I know Tyler has mental disability, and I don't hold that against him. He made a mistake. He knows he made a mistake when he said it.
He didn't make a mistake.
But
I want to get that right. He did not make a mistake. That's something that I'm going to harp on, and I went to bat for him. He did not make a mistake.
okay, well, when people hear it, they take it out of context.
But let's not call it a mistake. He did not make a mistake. He didn't say he wanted to fuck the girl. He just asked his celebrity crush, and she just so happened to be 15 years old. And I, in that podcast, made a statement and said, "Bro, why didn't?" And it was me.
That kind of made it sound worse.
Well,
you just said she was 15. It was 17.
Did I say?
Almost made it sound worse.
Did I say 15?
Yeah, you said 15.
17, but she would have been 18 in May. And I had said, "Why didn't you wait until May? Like, why didn't you bring this conversation up?" And I said that in the podcast. Why didn't you bring this up in May to where this wouldn't be a whole? I knew it was a fucked up situation, but he didn't truly fuck up. I looked up all of the laws and all that good shit. Like, you got to think, I'm a brand owner. Hamy's been a brand owner. Hamy would have done the same exact fucking thing that I did. Okay, where do I have to do damage control at this point? and I did my damage control. And then you went into the Discord and you gave your opinion, and then I told you that your messages weren't deleted because you had sent another message after all of them were deleted. That almost like I was hiding something, but I wasn't. I just wanted his message to be out there, and you disagreed with me. And even though I brought up law, you said law doesn't make it right. So do you still feel that way?
Yes, I do.
But you retract your statement about Tyler, but you still feel strongly about the law side.
Yes, because like Tyler, what Tyler said, we took out of proportion.
And see, I can get with that. I can get to where Tyler was taken out of proportion because of who Tyler is. But law does make it right, unfortunately. And that's the way it is.
A lot of people would disagree with that.
But law makes it right. That's just the way it is. It's unfortunate, and only people that can vote in those states can make law right. Do you get what I'm saying? Only you vote.
I get what you're saying.
You vote.
A lot of people would disagree with that.
You vote your fucking laws. You get to vote those, motherfuckers.
I disagree. I disagree 100% because I don't think killing somebody should be against the law. But if I kill somebody, I'm going to go to jail. Why? Because I killed somebody. It's called a law for a reason. You might don't agree with it, but you just have to deal with it. It's a law for a goddamn reason. I don't agree with a lot of it. I think 95% of our laws, and I shouldn't say laws, but at least our political system is corrupt as shit. That doesn't make the laws any better. You know why? Because a Congress voted on it, a Senate voted on it, a president signed it. Do I care who the president was that signed it? Nope. It's the fucking law.
Well, you got people that say that's you got people that say that's not my president. That's a whole nother fucking topic. But you got those people. You got those people that say that's not my president. And
I'm an American.
But we have
whoever the president is my president.
We have Asmodeus here that did say, and this is a true question. This isn't to offend you. It's been brought up in the podcast tonight. So you voted for Trump. You didn't vote for Kamala.
No.
Camel Toe. That's her name. Camel Toe.
Yeah.
That's normally what I would call her, but I'm trying to be politically correct.
I know I shouldn't have said what I said.
Well, no, that's not what I was getting at. How the fuck are you a furry under the Trump administration? Can you explain that?
Because the term for that the media put out and the way that the New World Order is putting out, it's not what one is.
So
and that's not the terminology.
What is your terminology?
Nope.
Let's get his terminology.
Nope. Hold on. Nope.
Terminology.
Nope. Hold on. Nope.
Now you're the co-host.
I have been on this earth long enough to know when the furry movement started. It was people that dressed up as fucking animals and went around and humped themselves in animal costumes in the woods, on the side of the street. Yeah. How is anybody? Go ahead, no. But I just want to say, how am I supposed to say that I'm supposed to?
For what a furry is was made for people who actually like the animation, like anthropomorphic art styles. That's what it was. It wasn't anything else.
Nope.
You can disagree with it all you fucking want. I'm just
all right. Hold on, Hammy. So yours. No. So you're saying that yours is based off of anime?
Yes, pretty much. It's just an anthropomorphic style.
You don't like. So you don't agree with the current terminology of furry?
Because that's not what one is.
Hold on. So okay. So I was going to get you to elaborate on that. Why don't you agree with furry? and I guess elaborate on it a little bit more because Hamy's still disagreeing with it.
I mean, hey, it's America. He
It
can disagree all he
it,
fucking wants.
it is, but we're giving you the
But,
platform.
the truth about what it is was people who like anthropomorphic art styles and video. That was it. That's really all it was created for.
All right,
It wasn't created for people who want to be a fucking animal, that want to identify as a fucking cat.
so
Have nothing to fucking do with that.
So if you want to, if you want to bring up your political views, give me some reasons of. So I'm conservative. So Hammy brought up earlier that we're not a conservative podcast. I'm not an extreme conservative, but I am conservative.
I voted for Orange Man.
But
I definitely have a problem with what you said.
I wrote in Biden, but that was besides the point. I did it because I wanted to show that my vote didn't count.
Well, I wrote in Snuffleupagus, but he didn't get elected either.
So your vote didn't count either. I was just proving a point. So, what are your viewpoints? I guess, Asmodeus, what are your true viewpoints on a political side? Tyler, we'll see you later. You're free to go, man. Appreciate you being here. Hopefully, we covered all of the beef and we did it correctly. You got any last things you want to say before we finish off with Asmodeus?
No, I'm good.
All right, bro. Have a good night, man.
You too.
Good luck on your next podcast.
All right.
I need to cook here right now. Hold on. I've been cooking for a while. I got to get this one out. How old are you, Asmodeus?
30.
30. Okay, so in 2011, you were how old?
16.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to break your logic on your whole furry thing. Is we had a thing going around then called a furry license. It was on the internet, as bad as it was, or I should say on the forums. It's called a furry license. I don't think you really understand what a furry is.
I actually do, but if you don't agree, that's your day. That's on you. Bud.
No, I'm just saying. Nope. Hold on. No, I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing. I'm just telling
giving
you
the fucking facts of what it actually fucking is. You can
okay.
have
Well,
hold on. We're not arguing.
All this fucking going on. You're about to get pregnant.
Yeah, we're not escalating.
I don't know why you're getting excited, but I'm just saying. Back in 2011, when the furry movement first came out, it was, and you can look it up. No, I'm sorry, sir. I'm talking.
Started in 2011.
Okay, but the internet didn't exist in the 80s. I know. I grew up in there, so I can tell you that it didn't.
It actually did, because the first
did it?
in Philadelphia in 1989.
Whoa, yeah, I remember dialing up on the internet. Yeah, no, I remember that. No, exactly in 1989. I remember that. No, this is where you're right and wrong. Yeah, sure. The beginning of the internet age began then.
Hold on.
That's when the internet started. I was saying that's when the first actual convention for furries was in 1989 in Philadelphia.
Okay, well, I'm glad you know the history, but let me tell you the fact.
Don't you live in Pennsylvania, Amy?
No.
Absolutely. I live in Pennsylvania. I've lived here for the last almost 42 years. So I'll tell you what a furry is in Pennsylvania. Apparently, where it started. But in 2011, when
hold on, are you talking about? Hold on, are you talking about Philadelphia, Arkansas, or was it Pennsylvania? Okay, just clarify.
All right. Well, I mean, either way, after the explosion of the internet age, when normal people had access to internet. You didn't have to get I know you're probably not old enough to remember this, but when you would get the little disc in the mail and you put it in and it was like 30 minutes of free internet and you had to use your dial-up service. That's perfect. That's good. That puts us on the same talking level then. Then you would then know that when furry movement first came out, it was exactly as it's described and exactly as it's depicted today. A bunch of people
people
that dressed up
describe it
as
different
animals
things all they want, but that's not
and
what the actual
have
meaning
sex with
is.
each other.
That's not what the actual meaning of it is.
That's like saying the definition of a gay guy isn't somebody that sucks Peter. Of course it is. That's the definition of what a gay guy is.
Well, I mean, if you want to go back a couple decades, that meant you were a
Oh,
happy man.
yep, no, exactly. There's always that rationale, right? Like there's
Like I said,
always that.
people can change the definition of something. That doesn't
No,
mean what
you
it
can't.
actually means.
You can't use that. You use that N word a whole bunch the other day. You cannot change the definition of what you said. I'm just saying that growing up as a human American that hasn't been conditioned to your guys' he said, she said, I am they,
I don't
them.
give a flying fuck about the he said, she said bullshit, the fucking made up pronoun bullshit that we're fucking dealing with these days.
I'm elated to hear you say that. You just gained some man points with me. But the furry movement, you have to understand from people my age, if I were to see you walking around dressed up as a kitty cat, talking to another kitty
that's
cat,
the one thing I don't fucking do.
is I'm going to assume you're going to go pretend to hump them on the side of the road. Because that's what a furry is. That's why we have what was called a furry license. You're allowed, it's almost what people nowadays call an on-site thing, right? Like, you see them on site, you punch them. Back then, the furry license was the same thing as on site. You see people dressed up as koalas and kangaroos, and they're about to start rubbing on each other. You just go knock them the fuck out. That's what it is. While you might think that right now society assumes that you're, oh, I love kitty cats, that makes me a furry. I have 3 dogs. I have the remains of another dog that I just put down 3 weeks ago. I ain't a fucking furry. I ain't a weirdo. I'm a human that owned a dog. That don't give me the right to dress up as one and go around and
But if
hump
you want to
some.
know the true reason why that's actually in my bio, it's the piss off people who think I'm not a conservative. That's the piss people off.
I think
And
you
it
don't know
fucking
what
works.
yeah, but reverse psychology is a son of a bitch, because if you didn't put that in there when you joined that chat Monday, I would have talked to you like a human being. But because I seen you put that in there, I approached you like you were going to be AOC. Like you were going to be just somebody that wanted to be confrontational. You know what I mean? Like that, while you might do it as a funny haha thing, that's not a haha thing. People take that shit seriously. You put that in there.
What do you have, Tyler? And ask your question in the chat. We're gonna let these two continue at it. But what do you got?
But like if you got to understand, like, right, what if I put FN words in my bio, and you've seen it, and you're dating this black girl that you didn't have no problem admitting to while you were saying the N word 100 times? How would you think of me? Right, like initial thought. You'd be like, oh, he's a racist son of a bitch. I looked at you, and that's why I called you a liberal cunt right off the bat, because
I don't judge a book by its cover.
I do.
No.
Because, you know what I mean? Again, I've been on this earth for 42 years.
I don't know, Bill. I think me and you read that book from the cover, and then we flip it over, and we go ahead and we get the description of that book before we make a decision on if we're going to read that book.
Yeah, it's like watching a trailer for a movie. They show you the entire movie in that trailer, and if you're stupid enough to go watch the movie, you just gave them money. I'm not stupid enough to do that. I read what you had after they told me that you were the second coming of me, and was let down. Like watching any of the Harry Potter movies. You know what's going to happen in every one of them, but you still spend 2.5 hours, like I did Monday night, watching the movie. Here we are again.
I never even watched those movies. I've read the books, just not the movies.
They're shit. But if I said to me, or if I said to BB, hey BB, even though he's called me by my real name now, I got him +1, so we're not even. If I said, hey BB, I'm gonna bring in Asmodeus, and he's a furry, and he just wants to come in here and have a chat. What do you think the first thing he's going to think if he doesn't agree with what you identify as? You're automatically the bad guy. Right? So I think context is key. I'm going to put in my bio, and it might be live tomorrow, I identify as me, him, right, pussy good.
I just identify as pronouns. I just want
Yeah.
pronouns. That's all I want.
Yeah, at the end of the day, my pronouns are pronouns. You know, until like 4 years ago, if you said, give me a pronoun, I'd be like, shit. I don't even remember what a pronoun is. Now I do, as long as you identify it as, I think my biggest thing is the ones that call themselves they. One person can be they.
Yeah, I think that's the dumbest shit in the world. But these idiots want to be that way.
Oh, you can say that. We're far enough along. I didn't use the word retard about 10 times now. You're good.
Oh, I don't get the retards that use the they them pronouns because that's more than one person. I don't see the point in it. These people are stupid with it.
But then also, how can you condone somebody being found guilty without having due process? Isn't that retarded? Imagine if you went to jail, got accused of murder, you were innocent, but everybody found you guilty. And now you have to sit in a jail cell saying, I didn't really do that.
I don't know.
You're condoning.
I don't know, Hammy. You and I have always had due process. That's always been something that is what is on the same page as both of us was due process. But we've
it's
always
called due process for a reason because it's due.
We've always had people that we had on a team to do our due process for us. But we are always the judge and executioner at the end of it because, yeah, we had to judge the end process or the due process, but we had to give out the execution at the end of it.
No, you're right. And Asmodeus, I'd love to have you on here more. I'd love to sit down and talk to you, not even recorded, just to figure out where things are, because I don't think what happened over Tyler that led to literally a 4-hour fucking podcast should ever happen. But I'm glad it's there because over the course of probably the next day or two, I'm going to add links to this channel that's going to reference correct information. So anybody that watches this in the future, tomorrow, 10 days from now, 10 years from now, is going to have the truth. We're in that age where you basically what you did was you agreed that Tyler was treated unfairly, but you have done nothing aside from make a post.
Hey, ban him.
Get him out.
Fucking ban him.
Get him out.
Get him out. Fucking A. Fucking A. Fucking A. Fucking A.
Damn.
Whoever did that, good job.
No, yeah, I did it. Thank you. Pat on the fucking back. God damn, we have no moderators watching at this point. I did not realize we didn't have any moderators watching at this fucking point. Fuck you. Fuck you. God damn. This motherfucker.
But either way,
it's been a.
Either way, Asmodeus, I think you need to unsurround yourself with fake people and start dealing with some real people. Don't deal with people that are going to just feed in, especially if you believe what you say you just believed in. You can't then become a yes sir to people that don't. You have to. There's people out here like us that actually support what you're saying and believe what you're saying. But the problem is for some reason, you became the head of the snake. Even though you agree with everything we're all saying, you were the one that was put out there as the martyr. You need to rethink your friends. They're not your friends. Even if you guys work on the same job site, you need to take a hammer and whack one of them in the back of the head and say, wake up, dude. You're an idiot. Or all of them. Whack them all in the back of the head, because clearly they do not share in your same belief, but you're still caught in their trap. As they're my friends, I got to talk about whatever they say, except for when you're called out live and you have to admit fault. And to your credit, you admitted fault. You did this weird thing that not many people do, and I'll give you credit for it. You manned up.
Amy, I hate to interrupt you. And I'm not going to give Asmodeus room to rebuttal. We're moving on to topic 6. We have to move on to topic 6. We've been going at it for 4 hours. But we're gonna leave Asmodeus in here for the last of our topics because they're comedic. That's what they are. It's comedy. This is what we're gonna give you guys. So
welcome to entertainment.
There's a Amy, did you know there's a mass murder in Texas?
What, every day? Yeah. No, I didn't notice.
Well, but no, there's this one specific one. The guy was house sitting. He was house sitting. They already have his identity. He was known as Ace, Malcolm, Andrew, or Penguin. It was between. It was. Well, no, we have another topic to talk about that. But hang on. So, I was live talking. I had live coverage over this. I heard people in that guy's trunk, and it sounded like a fucking T-Rex. But, so I gained some more information off of this. The house had a pool, but he didn't kidnap Iron Man. That was alleged. It was. I can't confirm or deny if he kidnapped Iron Man. It's potential. It was just alleged.
Did he kidnap Iron Man or Robert Downey Jr.?
It was unsure. It was just alleged. I just wrote down the facts. Okay, so he was house.
I probably shouldn't respond. I might get a thumbs down.
So he was driving the people's car that he was supposedly house sitting, and they were duct taped in the back. But we only heard duct tape people in the back. But I heard a T-Rex. So it was completely, I don't know if it was a T-Rex or if it was duct tape people in the back. I haven't figured that out.
Yeah, but did any of them have Mexican food before they were duct taped? Because they might have sounded like a T-Rex then.
I mean, it was Texas, so it wasn't true Mexican food. It was Tex-Mex.
What are you talking about? Mexico's right there, right there.
No, it was Tex-Mex. Like Texas only has Tex-Mex. They don't have real Mexican food. The fuck are you talking about?
This food.
You go right to where the border's at. They do.
You go right where the border's at, but in Texas, it's only Tex-Mex. That's why they call it Tex-Mex.
It's like the Canada thing, right? Like they have to have Canadian bacon, Canadian goose, Canadian lumber, Canadian this, Ontario this. They just make up shit. Motherfucker, you live in Texas? That's Canada, or that's Mexico with a border.
I mean, yeah. But what do you think about this guy that is allegedly maybe a mass murderer? Like that's how it's labeled in our docket, that he's a mass murderer in Texas, but he's known potentially by Ace, Malcolm, Andrew, or Penguin. How do you feel about this guy?
I don't know where you got your news at, but it didn't show up on CNN, so it can't be real.
No, this was national.
No, it didn't show up on CNN, so it wasn't real.
Well, CNN's not national.
What the hell you mean?
No, CNN's whatever the fuck you want to believe in at that time.
No, it wasn't on CNN, so it's not real.
No, I watched it on Fox.
Yeah, that's why it's not real.
The fuck are you talking about? Fox is the only national news coverage.
No, it wasn't covered by Wolf Blitzer, so it's not real. Didn't happen.
No, like literally.
Don't care.
No, literally.
No, it didn't happen. I'm glad. I'm glad that Ace, Malcolm, Andrew, Penguin. If he did get away with it and they kick him out, I'll be the first one on a plane to go fly and come get him back. I don't think he did it. See, Wolf Blitzer didn't tell me that he did it, so I got to go, hook him up. And I might take the dude from Maryland, whatever his name is. I might take him with me.
No, Tucker Carlson tweeted it out.
Well, you can't believe nothing he said.
What the fuck are you talking about? You can't believe anything fucking Tucker Carlson tweets out. He got fired from fucking Fox. He has his own news channel now. Like, he has his own platform.
I mean, it is what it is.
Are you really going fucking left wing on me?
No, my house only has one door in and out, so I'm going one way or the other.
Are you going north or are you going south? What? There's no wings to your house. The fuck?
Yeah, my house, it is what it is.
All right, the next topic.
Exactly.
Oh, man, the next topic. What is your fucking obsessions with penguins? But I have to be corrected on that. You want to be a pinglang in reincarnation.
Yes.
But I think that the word panglang is retarded. But I would like for you to explain what panglang is between penguin.
Well, a pangling is the same as a penguin, except for it's like just what I want to identify as a pangling. When I die and come back, I want to be a pangling. I don't want to be a penguin, because penguins are like the most retarded bird on the planet. They're the only bird that I know of that has wings, can't fly. They waddle and get eaten by seals and whales. I want to be a pangling so that I can maybe have that genetic breakup where I can actually fly and get away from it. You would think over time these birds would be like, hey, it's fucking cold. Oh, there's whales that are going to eat me. Evolution should have picked up where they can get the fuck out of there. No, not these some bitches.
So you're telling me we did not just play a fucking game together the other night and you didn't do your objective in the game. You just stopped and stared at the penguins and said you were safe there. Is that
because
is that fake? Is that fake news? Because Tucker Tucker covered it, so it has to be fake news.
Sketchy's contract. No, that was a good time. My goal was to try to wrangle up the ones that wanted to escape. And this one's like, he ran up to me and he's like, whatever penguins do, help, help, help. And I was like, all right, come on, pangling, let's go.
Did any of them escape?
I killed like 3 of them. No, they didn't make it.
You didn't kill any of them. I watched your footage. I literally died and was watching your footage when you said, oh, these are cute. I'm not going to fucking do anything. I watched it.
Well, they are cute, but they had to die. And I didn't kill them, but in my mind I did. So that makes me right. I identify as right. If you don't like it, too bad. I identify as right, and there's nothing you can say that's going to change my mind.
That's all the news I had tonight. You have any other news you had?
Yeah, breaking news. Hammy's got a full bladder. Tune in next episode to find out if he pissed himself.
All right, guys. Till next time, I'm the Dr. BB. This is the Unfiltered. I got my co-host.
That's me, Hammy.
Peace.
Whiskey on my breath, fist in the air. Tell me to sit down, I don't even care. The sun will rise again, so will I. A little more bruised, a little more high. They talk, I laugh, they act, I roll. Keep pushing my luck, I'm out of control. Raised up rough, so I've learned to show. Mess around with me, you'll fuck around and find out. was just riding the wave, ain't a thing I'm taking to the grave. If trouble's calling, I'm already gone. Live fast, burn bright till the break of dawn. They talk, I laugh, they act, I roll. Keep pushing my luck, I'm out of control. Raised up rough, so I've learned to show